Alright, and we are live. Alright, so everyone, welcome to episode 18 of Cast in the Shadows, the podcast of all things escapism. And we're your hosts, Mando, Merc, and Cam Celester, and let's just get right to it. So, what do you want to cover first? Cyclone MT or the Xeno threat post-mortem?
Let's cover the Xeno threat,
Okay.
since that's the latest.
For anyone that doesn't know, just a brief thing. You want to tell them briefly what Xeno threat was for anyone who doesn't know?
Yep, so Xeno threat was an event. It was supposed to drop end of the year of 2020. They pushed it back just a little bit just to put a little bit more polish and time into developing it. But essentially what it was consisting of three phases. First phase was just one where essentially in-game billboard screens, whether it would be in a large main area, whether it's on a tram and the little screen on there, but essentially screens got taken over by a group who labels themselves a Xeno threat and essentially saying, hey, we're here to go and blow shit up because we think we should be able to, and anyone who
It's
disagrees is stupid.
anti-alien terrorist group essentially.
Yeah,
Because in the Star Citizen universe, there's aliens, so and they're like, no, we shouldn't be friends with the
if
aliens.
you don't
so.
push the aliens away at every possible chance, then you're a Xeno lover, and we're going to kill you too. But essentially, their stance. So essentially, what the actual event is that there is a javelin that has been doing missions and patrols against Xeno threat specifically. It was going and getting supply drops. Xeno threat attacked the supply drops themselves, the convoys coming out, while the javelin that was being resupplied, well, it was critically undersupplied, and so it could not go and defend the convoys themselves. Then they called on us, the players, to go and step up to first off recover supplies from the destroyed convoys. So this is phase two, where it's actually involving the players now. So it would essentially go, hey, here's an area, go over here, scan for wrecks, find them, retrieve the cargo, and bring it back. But it wasn't quite that simple because, one, there would be Xenothreat NPC ships that would spawn in every now and again and harass players as they're going about. So you needed to have people on guard, whether in turrets or fighters in the area, to defend your salvage crews, essentially. And then also, two, on the wrecks themselves, there were sometimes Xenothreat members, whether they're like trying to destroy cargo or do something else, who knows, but you would have to go through the FPS enemies, clear them out of the wrecks. Then there would be an interaction option to open up the actual like cargo doors because those were locked down when the wrecks were all destroyed there. Then move the cargo out. The cargo itself had various attributes that would mean, like, okay, you have to make sure it doesn't take damage, you can't quantum with it, or once you remove it, a timer starts ticking down until it's unstable and it's just no longer usable anymore, and send that back to the Javelin, the station where the Javelin was. In addition to all of this, every now and again, a Idris capital ship along with several escorts would attack the Javelin itself, and players would have to go and ride to its rescue. This is while you're still gathering cargo as well, so there would sometimes be two groups there, one focused on just fighting the Idris, one just on protecting and gathering cargo. Once all that was done, and this went on for several days across all the servers, after this event part was done, then phase three was just a fight of, what was it? Several Idrises would show up along with hammerheads and some other fighters and such, and players would just go and attack them, destroy the Xenothreat capital ships, and then it was mission complete.
Yep. Also, just real quick, I see Floyd Looney and Kronos are in the chat. So, hey guys, Floyd Looney already asked a question saying, how long do you think before they optimize Star Citizen better for people with older and less powerful computers?
It's going to be a while. I mean,
they're
from what I've
not going
looked
to
into
optimize it until they think the game is closer to like a release state.
yeah, I mean, as they're developing stuff, they are developing stuff with an eye toward some amount of optimization. But just as it is right now, so much of the burden and so much of the reason why, at least currently, optimization really doesn't matter at this point is because the
Because they're
servers are
constantly
so
updating the game
overloaded.
anyways.
It doesn't really matter if you have a fucking Titan or a 3090 or if you've got a 1070 or a 970
I'm
or
running a
something.
970 right now.
Yeah, it's like it really doesn't matter across the board. Like you'll get maybe some better FPS. That's about the game isn't really like the bottleneck on the game right now is not your personal hardware, it's the server hardware.
Yep, it's
So
all
until they
server side.
have the server meshing and iCache and that kind of shit fully implemented, optimizing for personal computers isn't really it's there, it's in the back of their minds, so it's not something they're just like ignoring, but at the same point it's not something
It's
that
a
has a huge
priority
amount of
thing.
focus because right now it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they
So
have their priorities set properly in that regard. And Kronos says escort missions back in the day sucked. Oh my god, yes they did.
oh hell yeah.
Those were horrible. It wasn't until like last year that they were actually decent, and they still suck.
Yeah, I'm sure
Like,
they'll get better as time goes on, but
yeah. But just to summarize the post-mortem, I put a link in the chat for anyone who wants to read it themselves. And I'm pretty sure there's a link in the description as well. Pretty much they split it up into three categories. It was what went well, what didn't go well, and what we'll do differently in the future. So in regards to what went well, there was a rapid iteration, and often developers were able to address any feedback or bug reports before Q&A got a chance to write a formal bug report. There was a number of features in the event that were positively received by the community, which I think Cam and I have spoken at length of in the past. When everything was working smoothly, the entire feel and look of the event was stunning, and the decision to delay the event to 2021 led to a night and day difference in stability, performance, and quality of life assurances. That was what went well. What didn't go well was the dynamic event required a large amount of work from multiple departments. So that means taking time and work and effort away from finishing the game to this event specifically. The dialogue was implemented poorly due to lack of time, which I'm willing to believe, especially the way it cut in and out. Sound design wasn't great when dialogue was cutting in, so I can understand that. More time spent prototyping would have been extremely beneficial. Internal testing was sometimes challenging due to the difficulty of reproduction. Communication with the community could have been better. Some players found the Idris far too easy to kill, given that it can literally... I've seen it die in seconds, so yeah. Because you just have several people with torpedoes just launching it all at once. Not much of a
well, and then if you had no one with torpedoes, you were pretty much boned.
Yeah, it was either too easy or too difficult. So agreed, it didn't go well. Hostility detection and crime stat determination are still too simplistic, which Cam found out firsthand.
So for those who don't know, me and Mando were both on a wreck. Mando, I don't know if you have the clip of it, if you want to throw up like a link to that at all. But we're on a wreck. Someone rammed the wreck, which makes us go flying. We're on the wreck, and the wreck starts tumbling off. I go to EVA out to grab my ship because I'm like, oh gosh, is the ship still okay? Because if not, we're gonna have to go and call for transport or suicide or do something there. As I'm EVAing over, someone goes and rams my ship. Ship hits another guy. So my ship, well, no one's in it, hits another guy. I got a crime stat for
This
it.
was all during a stream, so you can literally just go back to like one of the Xenothreat streams that we did, and
I think you had a short, like 5-minute clip of it too. At some
I
point.
did make a clip of it. I think it's on my personal channel.
But anyway, so then I had to go and run and remove my crime stat. And while I was doing that, two would-be bounty hunters tried to get me. I got them instead. I don't have a clip of that, but it was hilarious.
That was awesome.
One of them had a grenade launcher. I only found out about that because I start hearing explosions like being walked toward me. I'm just kind of like, that's not a good sound. I see the guy. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna rush him because either one, he'll just fire a grenade and we both die, or B, he'll not fire a grenade and I can use that to shoot him. I mow him down because he didn't fire. Then his buddy's sitting there. I start mowing him down, run out of ammo, start swapping mags. His buddy, for whatever reason, his weapon wouldn't fire. He starts swapping weapons, but while he's in the middle of that, I mow him down the rest of the way. I'm sitting there like, wait, I'm alive?
Yeah, that was just because from my perspective. First of all, you were on board the wreck with me when your ship blew up and you got a crime stat. No, your ship didn't blow up, but it hit someone else's ship that blew up. Right?
Yeah.
And I remember because I recorded that because we were spinning. It's like something hit us, and then like just hearing the entire ordeal over comms only, not getting any visuals. I was like, oh man, there's 2 bounty hunters on me. Oh, they're dead now. Oh, in the chat, Daily Murphy. So hey, Daily Murphy's in the chat saying, "I see I didn't miss much." And Chrono says, "I need a new PC without an integrated graphics card." Yeah, everyone needs a PC without an integrated graphics card.
Yeah.
Good
luck these days.
And Murphy is commenting on Kronos' comment saying, "I see what you did there. Escort missions back in the day suck." Wah, 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 wah. Chrono says, "I love torpedo runs, tee-hee." And he is thanking Murphy, and then saying, "Wow, Wookiee bounty hunters," roars. But yeah, that was... So yeah, that was kind of, crime stat is just is too simplistic in general in how you get one. What didn't go well, continuing, saying, "While initially we wanted players to have complete freedom to choose which side to support, there was insufficient time, which led to a number of players to attack other players attempting the event." Because there wasn't... So the original plan for the event was you choose a side. Would you side with Xenothreat and attack the UEE and anyone helping them? Or would you side with the UEE, attack and defend them and fend off Xenothreat? The former never got into the game. It was kind of just one-sided. So it just led to a lot of players, attacking other players doing the event. Like whether it was just random players just shooting down fighters or shooting down ships that were parked at the wrecks, doing the cargo stuff. It was kind of messy.
Oh, and one thing to mention too is that because of the targeting scheme that we have currently, a ship will appear red whether it is an actual enemy, so it's like an NPC enemy, whether it's a player who has a crime stat or a player with a crime stat is on it. I believe, regardless of if they are the pilot or not, the target will turn red. So if you have a guy, the guy is a legitimate guy, he doesn't have a crime stat at all, but his buddy sitting co-pilot does have a crime stat, I believe then his icon will then turn the ship red because that player is on board. Or if the ship itself has been claimed at an ASOP terminal, so you're like, hey, my ship's gone, I'm going to go and just claim it, I spawn my new one, boom, there you go. Your old ship, if it hasn't been destroyed, is still sitting there, at least in that play session, until it gets cleaned up. And so if another player were to go and grab that, let's say you left it hanging out of Port Alls, you're like, hey, I'm just going to go and claim my ship and spawn it because I'm over at Hurston. Someone else could go on board if it was unlocked, fly that around, it's going to show up as red, station defenses will fire on it because it's now an unregistered ship. All three of these scenarios appear the exact same. That being said, it's really, really, really good that they are specifically making note that, hey, people are getting crime stats for some of these weird cases, and we need to go and look into that, and in the future make some kind of a system that'll be able to more easily adapt to these kind of crazy situations, because this kind of shit is still going to be simple shit compared to some of the crazy shit that's going to go on later on.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're looking at that now bodes really well for us down the line. Because they're it's like, it's not even like players, hey, did you think of this? It's no, these guys are thinking of that and going, hey, here's some of the stuff that we noticed. And of course there's going to be other players making note of stuff in Spectrum and stuff too. But just the fact that they themselves are aware of it bodes very well for us.
Yeah. And by the way, the glitch we were mentioning with the crime stat, I put links to the videos in the chat. We also now have Zyron the Gamer in the chat saying hi, and asking, he has a question. What's your opinion on the United Earth Empire? the UEE. Um, they're not perfect, but I mean it's better than lawlessness and just mass hysteria, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, we talking lore perspective or just the writing behind it from like a gameplay perspective? Because I'd say the former, lore wise, it was definitely not great, but it's better now. You know,
Yeah, I mean
no
they
longer
aren't
the
they
Messer
aren't the
era and all
best, but they
that.
certainly aren't terrible, I would say.
It's not like in Halo where it's like the UNSC are like for pretty much 90% good, 90% of the time, right? Like they're not really doing evil
Yeah.
shit. Whereas the UEE was kind of evil for a while.
Yeah. Well, I mean, bearing in mind too, it's a government.
Right.
Every single
Well, that's what I like
government
about
that's
it.
at
It
least
goes up and down.
created in a realistic manner, they're always going to have. I mean, look at modern day. Every single government out there, bar none, has had some kind of horrible shit that they've done at some point in the past,
Yeah, and then
or
everyone has their
something
ups and
that can
like
be
all entities
evil.
have their ups and downs. He's saying both lore and both gameplay. Yeah, I'd say at the moment, I'd say the UE are pretty good right now.
Yeah, I would say generally speaking, they're good guys. That being said, there's probably some dark shit in their past, and there's probably going to be, as we might discover in Squadron 42, or potentially in the PU, there's probably going to be like some corrupt politicians or
Yeah,
agents
I'm
of the
hoping for like that
UE.
Star Trek level where it's like you always have the corrupt, the evil admiral type story.
Yes.
Yeah. Murphy says, "What was I doing again?"
Yes.
Kronos says, you were seeing funny stuff that I typed and I didn't see it." Responding to his
Yes.
question. And Zaron the Gamer says, "I find the United Earth Empire pointless, and they reassemble or either he's meaning resemble, I assume resemble, of the Roman Empire." Which, yeah, that's kind of they were based a little bit on that, as well as pretty much every other base, uh, base-based human government entity from across different sci-fi franchises.
Yes, admirals in the TNG
Yes,
were
admirals.
almost always bad.
I would
Almost always,
say
not always, but almost.
87% of the time. There was like the one or two that were good or mind controlled, and then when they got over to mind control, they were good. But yeah, for the most part, they were always evil. All right. So continuing on what didn't go well, many players experience poor frame rates during both combat phases, which is true. Definitely for the phase 3, because then you had at points you can have up to 3 Idrises at once in a single play environment.
More than that, because
We
like
did
phase
have
three,
remember that the first night we did the Xeno threat where we live streamed it here. I was having horrible frame rate.
I don't remember what I was having. I know it wasn't great,
I
but
think it was
I'm
because
usually in like
I
the
had a lot of
20s to
programs running
30s,
in the
upper
background at the
40s
time
sometimes if I'm doing
because
good.
yeah, I think I had a lot of programs running in the background at the time, and I remember because the next night we did it again, and I was running fine, but. And Zyron says, "Yeah, true." I assume regarding the whole admirals are always evil in TNG. Murphy says they fear the Cisco. He punched out God. Kronos, that one chick was good. Murphy says, which chick? Nechev? Admiral Janeway? Horrible with names. Anyway, uh, moving on. Phase 3 was focused purely on ship combat, which meant that alternative playstyles were not able to contribute. Like myself, that's what I hated about. I absolutely hated that about Phase 3 was that it was just purely ship combat, and if you didn't have a ship that was up to the task of taking on Idris or supporting a fight in it with an Idris, you're pretty much useless, and that's regardless of the fact that the Phase 3 would end within 5 minutes. I actually recorded it. I think the quickest Phase 3 I was part of lasted 3 minutes, give or take, which is not a lot. It because some people it takes like 5 minutes to get to the area, even from the Mike L1 station. And yeah, that was just horribly done. Phase 3 compared to Phase 2 for sure. Also, Phase 3, like with phase 2, it took like what 30 minutes to an hour between the mission, right? For it to essentially the timer would go off and when the mission would come back on in the server. For phase 2, it took 2.5 hours. That is way too long for something that pretty much ends within 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So yeah, phase 3 was definitely what didn't go well, just as a whole, I think. AI fighters offered no threat, and players often mentioned how low their numbers seemed, limiting the sense of danger. Yeah, I noticed that too. Like it felt like there was a lot less fighters than there should have been.
Yeah, and I think I did hear there were some like performance issues or something like that, where they did go and kind of draw it down a bit from what they originally wanted.
Murphy says, Alina Nechakeyev? Yeah, she was. I don't know these names. That was ST10, not TNG. Murphy says Janeway became an admiral later about the time of Nemesis, and then we're just talking about Star Trek. Kronos says Janeway killed Data in a way. Zyron the Gamer says, if I had interstellar government, it would be a military dictatorship, one-party state. That's not better. That's not better than what the UEE is. It's just a different kind of bad.
Details.
Yeah, AI fighters offered no threat, and players mentioned how low their numbers seemed, limiting the sense of danger. What we'll do differently in the future. Oh, and then next is what we'll do differently in the future. We only got 2 things. A better system needs to be made for profiling performance regression. And there's also a mandate this year for all teams to assign more time to optimizations. So there's your answer, Floyd. So all teams are now going to be focusing a bit more on optimization. Hey, can you put the GIF of the Cyclone MT in our group chat?
Yeah.
So I can have it on screen, because that's pretty much all there is with Xenothreat. That's the post-mortem right there.
Yep.
But I am glad that like they're being, hey, look, there's a lot less good than there was good, but we're focusing on the bad so we can improve it next time.
Yeah. No, it's definitely really good in my opinion what they took away from it. I think that the next events are going to be really good. So here is the Cyclone MT. So along with the event here for St. Patrick's Day for Star Citizen, which for in the Star Citizen verse, it is the
Pretty much, it's Star Citizen's version of St. Patrick, or I should say the 30th century version of St. Patrick's Day called Stella Fortuna.
Yeah.
It's pretty much it's like a whole weekend. It's like started Thursday and ends like on the actual day
on Monday, I think. Yeah.
I think it actually ends real St. Patrick's Day, which is the 17th, I believe. I don't
somewhere
know
in there.
Actually.
But
yeah.
But essentially, it celebrates the color green, good luck, gold as well, new ventures,
green and metallic orange, pretty much.
Yeah. But what's interesting is that they have announced, and for 3/13, it's going to be, which is dropping end of March here, or presumably end of March. They have a straight to flyable new Tumbril Cyclone variant called the Cyclone MT. And what's different about this one is it's got a size 1 gun, so similar to the TR variant. However, it also has 4 size 2 missiles that are being controlled by the gunner, not by the pilot. So not like the AA variant. These are controlled by the gunner, so you must have a
real quick.
second
Yeah,
person.
I think we need to. I'm just gonna explain the Cyclone AA, the anti-aircraft Cyclone variant has. It's 2 size 1 missiles, or
it's 2 size 2s or 4 size 1s, I believe.
And pretty much it's the driver, the controls, the launch, and I think it does also have an EMP, so there is a difference there.
Yes, it's a very small EMP,
but it's there nonetheless. But yeah, that's this AA variant, and then we have the Cyclone TR, which is pretty much the Warthog, and it has a size 1 gun. It comes stock with a size 1 ballistic Gatling, and obviously that's like a turret controlled, a gunner controlled turret. But here we have the Cyclone MT, which pretty much combines the two. Now I don't think it makes the Cyclone TR useless because the Cyclone TR has better peripheral vision due to the missile pods here on the MT, but it does kind of make the AA Cyclone pretty much useless, like redundant.
And the argument from CIG is that because with the AA variant, you can fire the missiles directly from the driver's seat, so you as the driver can fire the AA missiles, whereas for the MT variant, you must have a second person. So that's apparently the trade-off.
Real quick, Victor Wolfong is in the chat, or Wilfong, sorry, Wilfong's in the chat saying hello. Victor, Chrono says EU is just planetary dictatorship or would like to be.
Not quite there, in my opinion.
Says, but... if metahumans were a thing, I could be 100%. There's the much needed political assassinations. Kronos says, yay, boom booms. Victor says, hey, Kronos, how's life in Tartarus? Murphy says, you know how I found out about Star Citizen? From down the rabbit hole. And Kronos says, not that, Kronos. And Floyd's saying, target rich environment. Tarn here says, I'll give you details. It would be my government. I'll give you details. It would be my government would be more centralized, and my government, and to ensure total control, I'd have both the Senate and the military behind me. 99% of the Senate will be.
Good luck. You say that, but you'd have to give it. If you were in universe, you'd have to actually convince them. So.
I mean, look. Jokes aside, you can always say like, hey, there's Levski, right? You can always make your own town in Star Citizen down in the future. Or even have CIG make it like an official thing, right? Turn like a fanfic story into a real thing through Galactopedia, and you can have like a full say somewhere in the Nyx system there, or Pyro system or something. There's a group that's that left the UEE. Now it's like a fully they got their own militia. They got their own Senate and everything. It's localized to one planet, or maybe the whole system or something. There's nothing to stop you there, especially when we have multiple systems and sort of gameplay. Chrono says, I miss Game Descent. Anyone play it? I'll miss the game Descent.
Oh.
I haven't played Descent, unfortunately. Murphy says, I wouldn't mind being the Reverse Flash for a week. So you can go back in time and cause shenanigans. Floyd Looney says, nah, I'd have
when you go back in time and start doing everything up.
Floyd says, nah, I'd have almost no government at all. The only welfare program is Ticket to Your Planet. Chrono says, is TubeU being a pain with you all? Yes. Yes, it is. And you can also say YouTube. I don't understand why TubeU, but... Zion says, I'm having buffering issues, so I'm going to call it a night. Alright, well, thanks for joining us. Chrono says, I'm giving up. Not. Later if you want to. Zarin the Gamer. And Floyd Looney says, Zarin was just overthrown by the military. Agenta now rules. Alright, well, yeah, but anyway, the whole Cyclone AA, TR, MT argument, yeah, I think it makes the AA kind of useless, but it's arguable, like, it's still up for debate if it actually makes a TR useless. I mean, you can make the argument that, okay, now those missile pods do provide extra protection to the gunner, but again, the peripheral vision for a gunner, that's pretty, or really anyone firing a weapon that's important,
Oh yeah.
especially from a first person perspective. So, Chrono says Descent. No, that was the game back in the day, or year, or decade.
Yeah, potato potato.
Yeah. But yeah, what do you think of the whole MT thing? I mean, we've talked about it the other night, but
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's definitely going to change the whole balance up, but as it is, it depends how exactly CIG make it as to whether, like, the actual details as to whether or not it'll make the PR or the AA useless. So we'll have to see.
yeah, I mean, hopefully it doesn't make hopefully it doesn't make either. I mean, look from what I can see right now, it's gonna make the A useless. I don't think it's gonna make the TR useless. I'm hoping it doesn't because again, that might change when I actually have hands on. It seems it comes stock with an autocannon versus the ballistic Gatling, but again, you can change that
Potential,
weapon
yeah.
out. So, and Kronos asking, how old are you, Cast in the Shadows? Well, Cast in the Shadows is about, I mean, what, over a year old now.
Somewhere around there.
Started, and this was an idea that we had. It was in. I guess you can say it was. We were pregnant with Cast in the Shadows for like 5 years. But it's only a year old.
Somewhere around there.
Chronos. But I mean, I've been on, like, I have personally been on YouTube with my own channel for 6+ years now. So Chronos says it was a '90s game. Yeah, I know what it was. I'm just saying I haven't played it.
How dare you?
Floyd says, "Is there a reason the weapon looks completely manual instead of computer or radar controlled?" Yeah, because it's a manually operated turret.
So yes.
There you go. It's a gunner position.
There's also too, like, if you have an electronic system that can be attacked with like warfare or shit like that.
Yep,
If
like
you have a completely
electronic
mechanical
missiles or
system, unless you
EMPs.
physically remove me from the gun, I'm still firing.
Yep. I mean, it again. I guess we really can't judge it until we get our hands on it. But right now, it's not looking great. Just because it's kind of like the variants that are already the existing variants are now kind of like, hey, what about us? We already do that, and now you're making an all-in-one situation that's better than the AA for sure, because those are size twos. That's the same amount of size ones that the AA Cyclone can carry, and the
Yep.
same amount of missiles. Sorry.
More missiles because it's
Yeah.
2 size 2s or 4 size 1s, whereas the
This takes four
uh
size twos.
yes. So
So that's already better, and that's kind of you, if they reverse it, go okay. This only takes four size ones, and the AA gets four size twos. I think a lot of people
yeah,
would have less of a problem. I think,
that would probably be a better balance, but as
yeah,
it is, too late.
yeah. I mean, look, the AA Cyclone since it was introduced, like and announced, people had a problem with it because it's like, how's it an AA Cyclone if it only carries size one missiles?
Yeah, right.
And
Which is
originally
like
it was
that's
only going to be
not going to be able to
two
take
size one
out.
missiles or something. It was horrible.
Like that might be able to take out an Aurora, maybe.
Yeah, it's not great. So like that, it was already kind of useless. Now you're making it even more so.
Well, that being said, that could mean, again, potentially speaking, because this stuff is always in flux here. Um, Potentially the AA variant of the Cyclone might go and get 4 size 2s anyway. Like they might go and just buff that. Like, oh, it gets 4 size 2s or 8 size 1s, which that would be decent. And then if they did that, and then you can go and have those be controlled by the driver, then that's pretty formidable at that point. So that would be one other option to go and do a trade-off there, and that would mean that the TR, there really wouldn't be a reason to have the TR at that point, just because the TR holds a size 1 gun and the MT has a size 1 gun. So at that point, there's really no reason to not get an MT, because it's literally just going, okay, you get the gun, but you also get missiles. There really wouldn't be any reason, unless on like the TR, if there was an option to slave the gun to the driver and have it to where it's like, now it becomes a fixed gun. So just where you turn the cyclone, that's where the gun is, with maybe some kind of a additional leeway wiggle for like up and down, because you don't have any control on that. And then you could have the pilot go and fire it. So they might go and, if they did something like that, that would then go and be giving the TR and the AA variants some oomph back, that the MT would go and be trading off that, well, hey, it's not pilot controlled, but it's kind of the best of both worlds if you can get a crew together for it. Potentially speaking.
Fortune favors the bold. We all know that the verse is full of risks and dangers that must be overcome with boldness and by tempting fate. And this is what this year's Stellar Fortuna contest is all about. Create a video showing how Fortuna smiles on you in a supposedly hopeless battle against a powerful opponent. Emerge victoriously and laugh in the face of fear. Push your luck and you might earn yourself with one of our fine rewards. Find out more on the contest on Spectrum. So that's cool. There's a video contest as per usual. And I see there's a nice green paint job for the Mercury Star Runner too. And also there's a Q&A already for the...
Yeah, I was kind of wondering. I think someone posted in the comments, are like, where the hell did this QA pop up from? Because
I don't remember asking,
we didn't know about the MT until just now. So there's no chance for us, the players, to have gone and put out the question. So it's kind of like, okay, where did they come
here's
from?
the, what are the advantages and disadvantages of the Cyclone MT compared to the TR and AA variants? The MT takes the best bits of both the TR and AA and combines them into a single chassis. The downsides are that it requires multiple crew members to operate, unlike the AA, and is a larger target for enemies. Yeah, I mean, not by much. It's still the same Cyclone chassis.
Pretty much.
How well is the MT armored compared to the other Cyclones? MT has the same armor as the TR and AA variants. When will Cyclone MT become available, drivable? It will be released with 3.13, so literally it's going to be straight to flight ready.
Yep.
Where do you think the MT fits in the overall lineup of combat ground vehicles, and did you imagine a specific use case during the concept phase? The MT is a solid competitor to the Cyclone TR in terms of small, multi-role ground vehicles. However, it sits beneath dedicated military fighting vehicles such as the Ballista or Nova. No shit. Will the MT be competitive against a Tumbril Nova tank or Tonk? No. But what do they answer? The Nova will likely come out on top in a one-on-one scenario. Really?
No shit.
It's got a giant double cannon.
Well, if you catch the pilots asleep or AFK.
Yeah, right. And you don't wake them up with your repeated firing, because you're not going to take them out in like 5 shots. You're going to take them out in like 1,300.
Details.
Because remember, I think the Nova tank has shields, doesn't it? So they got to take down that and the armor. Yeah.
Well, I mean remember the fucking Cyclone has shields too, right?
Yeah, but very weak shield. Like I've taken 2 shots from a railgun to destroy it. It's pretty weak. Hell, the tank can probably run over the Cyclone and destroy it. Can the missiles be dumb-fired, or is it target lock? They can be dumb or guided, so both. But that's coming in 3.14 with missile operator mode.
Yeah, but still, that alone too.
That alone already puts it higher than the AA.
That's pretty fucking good.
That's turret itself cannot be swapped out, but the size 1 weapon can be exchanged. Okay, so never mind.
Yeah, so it's standard.
Yep. Will the tow hooks be usable in game, or are they just a visual detail and not functional? This is just a visual detail as we envision future vehicles recovery to be done via tractor beam. Unfortunate, but whatever.
Nah.
I didn't realize there were tow hooks, but I guess they're on all the Cyclones.
Yeah. Now, it would still be pretty cool if, like, way down the line, that became a thing.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see.
Cyclone MT looks a bit top heavy and possibly prone to rollovers, as has been taken into consideration. The suspension handling of the MT has been adjusted to reduce the chances of this happening, but as handling is simulated, it will be more liable to roll over than vehicles with lower center of gravity. Any type of size 2 missiles available in game can be attached to the launcher and fired. So yeah, this is not great. I welcome new ground vehicles. It just kind of sucks. Like, this is the new ground vehicle we're getting. I still want a goddamn APC, but.
So, I mean, I would love to see. Honestly, I would love to see for all the manufacturers going to ground vehicles, at least like a one-off here, a one-off there. Like, I would love to see like an Anvil, buggy or rover, because that would probably be where you'd find like your armored APC kind of thing. I'd love to see something Aegis, an Aegis rover or something.
Yeah.
I think we would kind of see something like kind of like a NASA style, but more futuristic and something that's
or
not
just give us
quite
more
as
Anvil stuff, because like I can understand it where it's like, okay, Aegis doesn't make ground vehicles. Okay, fine. But, what about Anvil? We know they do. Tumbrel's literally the military ground vehicle manufacturer. Give us more.
Yeah, so it's like where are the other vehicles
from them? Like, not just another Cyclone variant, but give us a new vehicle. Like, I've told you my idea. Like, what if they made a Cyclone that's like fully enclosed and pressurized?
Yeah.
So this way it's like there's an interior.
I don't
and call it the
we'll
vortex. This way it's like, okay, you got the Cyclone, and you get the vortex, and it's like, okay, so it's like a pressurized Cyclone. Of course, it's going to be
I don't
bigger.
think we'll ever see something like that, but
slower,
I do want to see a buggy that's more enclosed, but not like so similar to the G12, but something that's made for actual like combat or exploration or whatever, but still like buggy sized, not full rover sized.
Also, the chat's Floyd's complaining. The chat as a whole is complaining about buffering. I'm not getting any buffering on my end.
Let me double check. I'm not seeing any buffering on my end either. I'm not sure.
Like, when you say buffering, as in, actually, never mind. Excited. That I'm not getting any buffering here. I'm not getting great. Like, it's very pixelated on my end here, but if I refresh it, that changes. What if I try it like on a different? Well, that's the thing. I'm using Opera browser. That's the browser I use. What if I try using Chrome? Chrome. It's working fine here. Yeah, I don't get it. Well, I do have Spectrum. That probably explains it. Spectrum like AT&T, that kind of Spectrum. Not right. When you say Spectrum here, Spectrum is the forums on Star Citizen. That's what it's called. So I assume you're talking about the internet provider. I mean, I have Optimum as my internet provider, so. But then again, I'm using an Ethernet right now, obviously, because I'm using my PC. But yeah, anyway, back to the topic at hand. Star Citizen. Yeah, the MT. I welcome it, but I still want more variety in my ground vehicle. I want more diversification in the ground vehicle. Not just here's a buggy and here's another buggy and here's a rover and I want more like in between the sizes we already have and more multi-purpose. Carlson mentioned the other night. We need a pickup truck type thing, which I mean, yeah, we kind of have one already, but I think he wants more like a modern day pickup truck, but in a sci-fi setting with a sci-fi aesthetic.
Yeah,
which understandably so. Yeah, and that's
well,
the thing too is we need more like civilian car vehicles. Like I have a hard time believing that there's no like cars or any car types in the. And look, we have buggies like this in the 30th century. Why don't we have regular civilian cars like a freaking Honda or something?
and also too, I want to see more enclosed ground vehicles because right now, as it is, we've got the Ursa, and then we've also got the G12, I believe, and that's it.
Yeah,
That's all we've got so far.
no, it true. Yeah, well,
And
not
if you're
including bikes
exploring an
because
environment that's
bikes don't count.
hostile, or even just doesn't have oxygen, you're running fully on your suit. That's
Yeah,
it.
which means you have to carry extra oxygen with you.
Yep.
And yeah, I'm not going to. We're excluding bikes from this just because it's a bike. You really want to enclose.
Well, I think it'd be cool to have a Tron-like bike or something.
Oh yeah, like a light cycle type thing. That would be cool.
Yeah, it's just fully enclosed, just enough to because all it would need is just enough oxygen for a single person.
Yeah, that's true. And we already have bikes that have you in that type of position, that riding position. With the X1. Remember the X1? That's still in concept.
So no new animations needed.
Because the X1 is pretty much a hovering Tron cycle if you look at it. It's a hovering.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's more in line with the Tron Legacy look, but like where it's open and not enclosed. But yeah, it's pretty much a hovering Tron bike, light bike. And Floyd saying yes to the Spectrum, the internet provider, and Victor saying Puma because the Cyclone TR and the MT is pretty much a warthog.
Yeah, pretty much.
Looks like a Puma. It lands on all fours. Victor also says the Tron franchise is cool. It is cool. Hell, the tanks in Tron 2 don't get enough. Like those were some cool designs that I don't think get enough attention. Like we talking the original '82 movie where like the tank designs where they made this stupid ass sound effect whenever they shot the projectiles that moved at like the pace of a turtle. But yeah, I don't have anything else in terms of Star Citizen other than we covered Stellar Fortuna, we covered the Cyclone MT, postmortem on Xenothreat.
The only other thing that I know of, so this was found on the leak server, but they noted in the so right now 3.13 is in closed Evocati testing. Among other things that were mentioned in it, and I'm kind of just trying to find where it's listed here. So one of the things that was mentioned is new MedPen functionality. And then I believe what was added on. So that's what's in the official patch notes. What was actually then I heard through just word of mouth, so I'm not sure if this is true or not, because this is still in closed testing at this point. But that MedPens, I believe now, function very similarly to how a grenade or like your multi-tool function, in that you can now actually go and pick them up off of your armor. You can inspect them.
Yes,
I
experienced
and use them.
Yeah, so pretty much I found this out accidentally the other Thursday night, where I was holding a med pen that I just took off my leg. Like I was holding an unused med pen in my hand, which means that hey, if you have a buddy that needs a med pen, take it off, put it on the ground, he can pick it up and use it.
Or you can even toss it to him if he's like, oh, I already lit.
Yeah, and
throw it over to him.
That would be cool.
So it's like that time when your buddy's like, oh shit, I'm gonna die in 20 seconds. Oh, here, take it.
Be very, very quick and hope to God that the med pen doesn't despawn when you put it on the ground.
Yeah, right.
Victor says, have you seen that Tron cartoon? There was a Tron cartoon?
Yes. Yeah, Tron Legacy, I want to
No,
say.
that was the movie. That's the sequel.
Was it? No, I do know the cartoon he's talking about. It was interesting. It only went for like a season or two, but it was essentially a look at what the program, so the people in the computerized system, in this computerized world, were experiencing with clues, takeover, and all
Oh,
that kind of shit.
Uprising. Yeah,
Yes,
Tron
sorry, yes,
Uprising. Yeah,
Tron
thank you,
Uprising,
Victor.
yes.
That I don't ca-
I liked it when
I
it came
call it an
out,
animation,
and
but I wouldn't call it a cart. Sorry, just to me, cartoon is the 2D animation.
uh,
But no,
whatever.
I
But
get what you're saying. Yeah, that
either
the
way,
animated series
um,
that they did. I
yeah,
haven't watched it,
the story I
unfortunately.
really liked, but they dropped it after, like I said, a season or two, unfortunately.
Yeah, I heard a lot of good things. A poger also of Cast and Shadows here, who has not replied to 2 days, so I'm worried. But, to any of my messages for 2 days, but he's a huge fan of that show too.
Yeah,
He has been telling like, yo, dude, watch it if you get the chance. And that's difficult, being that I don't know where to watch it on.
the
I'm
internet.
sure I can probably find the episodes on YouTube or something, legally somewhere. Surfing the high sea, sailing the high seas, yar. But yeah, the Tron is just that is definitely a universe that doesn't get enough. I don't think it gets enough love and attention, and like there's a lot to explore in it, and no one's done anything with it really. Like aside from that show and
Oh
the
yeah,
sequel, the Tron Legacy movie.
yeah. Hopefully there'll be something
Yeah, if
that
they
comes
do
from it
anything now, though, I mean,
soon.
look, it's owned by Disney, so if they do anything with it now, it's gonna be like all woke and shit, trying to
Oh yeah,
appease
you know.
China and you know all sorts of political bullcrap in it. And besides, Tron Legacy kind of already, did the whole genocidal, oh, they're ISOs and stuff like that, and the pro ISOs and the anti ISOs. Like they already did that, been there, done that, move on, do a different thing.
Yeah, I was hoping we were gonna see a continuation of this new Tron movie into like if
Yeah.
they made like a TV
Well,
show or
I mean,
another
yeah, it
movie or
was
something.
what if you're following Sam Flynn, right? Kevin Flynn's son, and the
Yeah,
ISO who's now in the real world. Like, yeah, I thought, like, okay, cool, we're gonna follow them. Maybe like
yeah,
okay,
like
they have to go
it's a
back
great stepping point. You
in
could do
some or
whatever you
something like
wanted with it
that.
at
Like
that point.
now, because here's the thing, like the movie ended with you can make whatever computer program bullshit you want in terms of like, okay, Kevin Flynn absorbed Clue and then exploded. So it's like maybe they
Maybe he survived,
maybe he
maybe he
survived, or now
didn't.
he's
Who
merged and he's like
knows?
a villain or hero. Like now they're both there. Like it's Clue Kevin merged or something like that. Or
Maybe the next movie is this identity crisis that he's going through, trying to go and comprehend this merged consciousness of both Clue and himself. You could do anything with it. You
or
could
you
do
can go
anything
the
with it.
opposite route where it's like, okay, now until now this was a universe that because Kevin Flynn created the grid, the Tron,
Yeah.
the in-universe Tron universe, and that digital
Did he
world.
create it or did he
And
just
now
find
you
it?
can go the opposite way where it's like, okay, now Kevin Flynn is dead. The creator is dead. The
Well,
user is
well,
dead.
did he create it or did he just discover it?
I don't know because I think they say he
It
created it
doesn't seem. I
when
never
he
watched the
created
original
the
Tron.
um. I think he inadvertently created, like he discovered that he can enter it. I think he created it when he made like the games and all that stuff, like in all the
Yeah, that would make
programs.
sense, I guess.
But I think he
But so
discovered
that
like,
would
oh my
be like,
god,
okay, if
there's
he
actually
dies, then
I
what
created a
happens?
universe and I can enter it. That kind of thing was I think what happened. But then you can make it like, okay, he's dead, or you can start the movie off with like, okay, he's dead. Like this is a post Kevin Flynn universe now. It's like it's a the creator is dead. How is this universe moving
Or at
on with
least we
that?
think he's dead.
And then yeah, and then
You
you
know,
can go
who
like,
knows?
okay, maybe he's not dead because now he is digital himself after the events of Tron Legacy. And
Yeah. Or maybe he's stuck in the program now. It's like maybe his physical body is gone, but his consciousness resides in the system. And it's like you could literally do anything you wanted with it at that point.
yeah,
You could go and develop the story in any way you really want to.
It
You
just
could
there's so
you could
many.
even
Yeah, and
have
then, remember, what's your face? And understandably, they're not gonna show Tron's face like they did. I thought they did that very well in the movie where they didn't
yeah
show Tron's face because obviously,
yes
and they did have the actor that played him. You know, they had Alan in the real
yes.
world, and I love that because
Oh
it
yeah,
was
no,
fitting.
they
You know,
did a
Alan was kind of like
fucking
the
great job.
uncle character to Sam. You know, like that uncle that kept him on the right path.
Yep.
Uh, but
Well, and what's interesting
obviously,
too
they're
to
not
note
gonna
at the
because
end
they
of the
digitally
movie,
de-aged what's
they
his
had
face.
Tron being, of course, Rinsler,
Yeah,
but at the very, very end,
you have him
he
return to
goes
Tron.
and
You know, I
he
fight for the
stops
users,
the
and
bad guys, and he went into like the water, whatever it
he
was.
fell into
But
the
if
sea
you,
of simulation or sea of resolution or something like that.
yeah,
And then you
but
saw
then if
his
you
lights go
notice,
out and go back on as blue. Like, okay, he's
exactly,
back to Tron. You know, Tron is back.
exactly. So
Maybe
it's
you
like
can
he was
have
no
an
longer
adventure.
corrupted.
Like you can have some kind of message or something like, okay, Tron's alive, and you know you can have it like Sam gets a weird thing similar to the Tron Legacy, where it's like, okay, he's getting a weird message, and it
And he's
says
like, "What the fuck?"
like, and it says simple words like "help me" or something, and it's not
Yeah,
like,
and
you
it's
know,
like, he's recovering or
and it's
whatever.
like,
It's like
okay,
you're
a
still
few
dealing with
years
the aftermath
passed.
of Clue's forces because obviously some programs agreed with Clue and liked what he was doing.
Yep.
So it's like, okay, now you're dealing with the aftermath of that because those guys wouldn't just go and
Yeah, now you have a
settle
civil
down and be
war.
like, oh,
Now you have a
okay,
civil war. So you
yeah.
can have, it's like,
I mean,
okay,
there's so much you could do.
Tron was rescued from the sea, right? And now he's like, okay, he's captured because like now it's like, okay, we had to rescue Rinsler, and turns out, oh, Rinsler's now Tron. He's a good guy now. He's now an enemy, and
No,
he's
that
captured,
actually would be
and they have to
better in
rescue
my
him, something like
opinion.
that.
He's pretending to be Rinsler still, but they find him.
But he wasn't reprogrammed to
He
be Rinsler this time around, so it's Tron pretending versus Tron
exactly
forgotten.
that'd be a really interesting. And he's like, Sam, I need help. Get me out of here, man.
Or he doesn't know that, because remember, he fell into the sea before Kevin died, so maybe he doesn't know that Kevin is dead. He doesn't know his friend is
True,
dead.
true.
So
Or
he can be like,
maybe he sent
he can be
something. He
typing
tried
this
to send
message
something
to
to
Kevin, or thinking it's Kevin, but it's Sam.
yes,
And it's like,
yes.
okay,
And
it's like, okay, Kevin, I need help, whatever. And it's like, and Sam replies, or he enters the grid to help him.
yeah, it would
With
probably he enters the grid to go and try to
with
help. And
what's her name? The ISO chick that
I completely forgot,
I don't
honestly.
remember either. But like they go back into the grid to help Tron, and it's like, and then you have that whole thing where like Tron has to literally mourn his friend that he didn't know die. Like he finds out late, because again, time would probably be different. It's different in the grid versus
Yeah, it could
in the
be.
real world.
It could be a week later for Sam, but it's been a month or a year for
Well, what
equivalent
was it? It was
for.
how many years was it in just in Tron Legacy, where you have Sam as a kid and it was young, or
I mean, it was
literally,
probably something like 10.
it was like, no, it was
At
like
least 10
20
years,
something
if
year,
not
or
like
20 years or
15,
something in the
something like
grid.
that.
But you look at him and he aged like what he aged a lot faster, I guess. I mean,
Yeah.
well, it's more time. Yeah, there's time goes faster in the grid than it does in the real world, right?
Well, yeah, because for a
Yeah.
computer, the computer does stuff so fast.
Yep.
So yeah.
Victor says the grid in the first movie seems to be a sort of separate dimension that is influenced by the internet, where each program we make makes a new being in that world. Well, that's kind of the case with the second movie too. It was the same. It was just like an updated grid, obviously with updated internet and all that. Except now the grid was being run by being run by a dictatorship. So this time, now it's pretty much the same. The same premise as the first movie, just different characters. Evil dictator running the grid, sending programs that weren't meant to do this thing, like putting, like in the first movie where they had the accounting program fighting the games. How did we get the Tron again? Oh yeah, light bikes. There's a cool there's a third-party Transformer toy that transforms into a orange Tron 1 light bike, which is like that, like the Kevin, like wasn't Kevin Flynn's light bike orange in the movie? It literally transforms into Kevin Flynn's light bike.
I think so, something like that.
Yeah, because I remember there was was it yellow, Yeah, it was red, orange, and yellow or blue, or was blue the bad guys? Like, because
I
remember,
don't remember.
I don't remember either. I just remember that. I think Kevin had an orange one. But yeah, that is definitely a universe I'd like to see more of. But we're probably not going to see more of it, especially since last year Disney took that, like, got rid of the DRM or whatever or stopped paying for the DRM on Tron something. It was a Tron Legacy based game, a third person action game. So pretty much now it's if you want that game and you don't have it, sorry, you can't get it. Like, you just can't. Like, if you had it, that's fine, but you'd have to, like, now go to eBay or find, like, in a bargain bin and hope that God they have that on disc. Otherwise, you're not going to get that game. Anyway, moving on. You want to talk about? We got some Halo Infinite news. You want to talk about some Halo Infinite?
Yeah, sure.
I know how excited Halo Infinite.
It's
Halo
gonna be
Infinite.
shit. Mark my words.
What was that?
It's gonna be shit. Mark my words.
Oh, I'm not holding out any hope for it. Believe me. Like, so here we got a video update, which is pretty much a video up. So following the February Inside Infinite update on Waypoint, they showed off the the world of Zeta Halo and how it's gonna be, and they talked about how player. God damn, how pretty much the world is a character in the game essentially, and how it's gonna have wildlife, and how there's gonna be multiple opportunities and mission stuff and side missions and the main mission stuff as well, and how there's gonna be a lot of player agency and blah blah blah. So now after that Inside Infinite post, we now a lot of questions were answered from fans by the devs. Specifically, we have answering the questions were Quinn Delheo, who was lead sandbox designer and designs the interactables in the game, such as weapons and such. John Lukey, who is the lead world designer in charge of the world and level design. Troy Mashburn, gameplay director and in charge of gameplay design. And then we have Justin Dinges, who is the campaign art lead. And I'm probably butchering all those names, but anyway.
Oh yeah.
We butcher names here. Or a name butcher.
That's what we do.
But some of the questions, and I wrote it down, so some of the questions were, the dynamic day-night cycle looks fantastic. Can we also expect some degree of dynamic weather? And according to Justin Dinges, they want to make the world feel alive, which involves audio in addition to visuals to the world, but there are no rain, thunder, or snowstorms planned. So pretty much no.
Right.
The day-night cycle in Infinite looks and sounds amazing. Is the time of day going to affect how enemies respond to your presence, or change types, groups, and numbers of enemies depending on what time it is? And from John Mulkey, day-night cycle, night and darker environments will have more phantom patrols. So they can have like the searchlights and stuff, similar to the Nightfall mission in Halo Reach. Time of day will also determine whether grunts are sleeping on the job, and darker environments and nighttime will have more shield jackals and fusion coils because, and to quote him, they look cool in the dark. Another question was, wildlife was confirmed. Another question was, wildlife was confirmed in the last Inside Infinite update. What kinds of wildlife can we expect to see? Will all wildlife be friendly, or will there be some that are hostile to the player and enemies? Also from John Mulkey, he says, there will be wildlife in the environment, however, there will be no hostile wildlife, as they want the story and game focused on the conflict between the UNSC and the Banished, and quote him, like, Chief pushing back against the Banished. They do have them as a element that brings they serve as an element to bring the Halo to life. And to quote him, such as space gophers and bird creatures. Those are quotes. Some wildlife will have bioluminescence in darker environments too. But yeah, there's not gonna be like For anyone here that's played or watched me play the SPV3 mod for Halo Combat Evolved, you won't have any blind wolves that are like friendly until you shoot them, and then the entire pack starts trying to eat you. And the way they talk about it, where it's like, we didn't want that to, we didn't focus on that because we wanted to focus on the conflict with the banished. I'm like, why can't you have both? Like, you're in a hostile environment. It felt like such a bullshittery, like we're too lazy to, that's why type answer.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't mean to be pessimistic. I'm just like why? I mean, just that look, if I didn't have examples of here is the main story where you're fighting X person or entity, and then you have Y entities all over the place that are also hostile, and it worked, such as SPV3 mod for Halo Combat Evolved, why can't it work here? Like, I was hoping, when I heard this question, I'm like, oh, I really hope blind wolves are back in Halo. And there's like, nope. Like, why not? I want blind wolves, damn it.
Well, you see, fuck you, that's why.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, they're just going to serve as, like, here it makes the ring look more alive, and there's going to be birds and space gophers or whatever. Like, that's great, but I want to be, like, how cool would it be? You're Master Chief, you're, walking down this road, going on your way to take out some banished anti-aircraft placement, right? And it's a bunch of brutes and elites and grunts all over the fucking place. And you figure, okay, I'm going to sneak around like 3 kilometers, right, to the east. But unfortunately, yeah, it's the safest route to the base in terms of enemy encampments, but it's the most dangerous in terms of enemy wildlife, because it's like, okay, now you're running across blind wolves and some giant bug creature or something, or giant spiders. It's like, because Cam loves his giant spiders.
Why not?
I wanted some hostile wildlife to kind of mix things up a bit, and kind of this way it's not just the banished, but it's like, okay, now there's the wildlife of the ring. Because the rings serve... Hell, I was just reading the newest Halo book that just came out 2 weeks ago, I believe. Halo Point of Light. It's the 3rd book in the Ace of Spades series, which follows the crew of the Ace of Spades, captained by the daughter of John Forge from Halo Wars. And I love this series of book. I actually really like. It's fun. Kelly Gay is a really great author and writer, and they go to Zeta Halo, which Halo Infinite set on. They go to Installation 07 in the book, and one of the first things that happens is they get attacked by giant bug creatures.
Hell yeah!
Like, okay, and now you're telling me I can't have that happen to me as Master Chief, where I have an assault rifle and a shit ton of grenades and ammo and all that, and I can't just unload into them and melee them to death with my Spartan punch.
Exactly.
Damn it.
No, where you go and befriend the wolves and become the leader of the pack.
That's what I do in FPV3. I'll have the Covenant try and shoot me. They shoot the wolf, and then all the wolves attack the Covenant, and I just watch it, and it's funny.
And giggle the whole fucking time.
Yep, because it's like, attack my blind wolves, army. Another question was, is there a plan to bring back dual wielding in Halo Infinite? Short story, no. Juan Del Hoyo says, it's not in the cards right now. Whenever you set out to make a game the size of Halo Infinite, there's just so many things you can do. And he goes on to say that the team was talented and can do anything, but can't do everything, which understandable. And then he continued saying how the focus was on the weapons, gunplay, grenades, melee, and the real reason was that they wanted to, and I'm quoting him here, put that bet on bringing back Halo 3 style of equipment. Continues to say that dual wielding isn't there to focus on the things that are. So yeah, it sucks. I was hoping dual wielding would return, but I mean, I was kind of expecting that it wouldn't. I was just like, okay, because they haven't said anything about it, like that sliver of hope was still there, and now it's gone. I miss dual wielding, man. Based on what because just without mods in Halo Reach, you can pretty much recreate Halo 3 and Halo 2, based movement and stuff like that, and health, right? With the firefight modes and all that. you can essentially recreate the other games in Halo Reach. The only thing you can't do is dual wielding without mods.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, so in my, to me, Halo Reach is kind of the best until, like, it's just missing dual wielding. And yeah, my favorite Halo game is Halo CE, and it doesn't have dual wielding, but, after Halo 2 and 3, and that, obviously ODST didn't because you're not a Spartan, and then Halo Reach didn't because it was trying to harken back to Halo CE and kind of wrap things in a circle, with Bungie.
Yeah.
Because that was Bungie's last Halo game, and it was kind of made to be the last Halo game until 343 made Halo 4. And it didn't make sense why Halo 4 and Halo 5 didn't have dual wielding, other than 343 was, well, for Halo 4 they pretty much just used the Reach engine and reskinned everything, and added sprint and all that, but whatever. The next question was, will there be playable elites in Halo Infinite? Now, anyone that doesn't know the answer to this already, I am sorry, but again, Quinn Del Hale confirms that there will not be playable elites, as the game's focus is on Spartans. So this hardly makes sense, as I feel like the question was geared... It doesn't make sense to me, at least, because I thought the question was geared towards just multiplayer, like where you get to choose, playable elite or Spartan, Like, what are you going to play as, Spartan or elite? Because obviously, from campaign, obviously you're playing as the chief. You're not an elite. Although it did confirm that, okay, if you play as co-op, you're not going to have like the Arbiter with you, like in Halo 3, and a bunch of elites, because that would have been fun. At least for multiplayer, it kind of sounds like no. Also no. So we're not getting playable elites, and we're not getting dual wielding. Damn.
So fuck you.
Even Reach had playable elites, and they had an asymmetrical game mode based around it, just because, unlike Halo 3 and Halo 2, in Halo Reach, you play as a smaller Spartan 3 instead of the Spartan 2, so this way you're not in the same height level, and hitbox are different for the Spartan 3, so they made an asymmetrical game mode based around that. But it was still there, and you can still play as an elite in like custom games and stuff. Like my brother and I would, he'd always play as an elite because he just preferred playing as an elite, and I always played as my Spartan.
Because he liked that dirty, scum.
And we'd always just do some Slayer and stuff against 1-on-1 on each other in Halo Reach with just it's always a Spartan and an elite just going at it with each other on the Spire map. That was just what we were doing all the time. So it does kind of suck. There were others that I didn't write down, such as I have to go back and actually. So your playable elites, they said no. Will there be weapon upgrades in the campaign?
That idea of adding weapon upgrades into the game, being able to customize your weapons, and this started leading us down the road of, well, you have customized weapons, you're going to want an expanded inventory, and we started really heading down this rabbit hole, and they're all features that we liked and we thought were really cool, but the game started to veer away from what we felt like Halo was all about, and we decided instead to take a different avenue. So there are things in the game that you can.
You guys just saying a lot of no's. You really picked the wrong question.
Well, here's the thing. That's just like. Okay, the question was, is there weapon upgrades? And no, this was actually like a no, but for a good reason, I think. Because weapon's always like a sandbox arena shooter. So, in terms of like multiplayer at least, but they're talking about the campaign, but still. So it's understandable, like, okay, this way you're not going to be able to, like, okay, I can upgrade my assault rifle to have a, suppressor and stuff like that and all that, even though, obviously, in the books they do this, but in the games, I can understand, for gameplay reasons, they don't want to do that, otherwise, it's kind of like, well, why use this weapon when you can just modify your existing weapon to do the same thing? Understandable. Next question, y'all mentioned being able to hold multiple pieces of equipment in campaign. Does this ability also appear in multiplayer, or is that strictly for campaign?
Blog for campaign.
The base multiplayer experience is that you need to be able to find and scavenge the equipment that you find, and you can only hold them one at a time, and you use it and it's gone, and you need to find another one.
So it's Halo 3 style equipment in multiplayer. Alright, that's actually good. But then again, I have less high hopes for multiplayer than I do campaign.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not a big, and keep in mind, I'm not a big multiplayer guy in terms of I enjoy the occasional, PvP stuff, but like when it comes to Halo, I'm more focused on the campaign than I am the multiplayer. That being said, the multiplayer already going to feed a play, and the whole getting rid of customization for the lack of player for the cause of player freedom and creativity bullshit, just so they can monetize it.
Next question is
the game going to be open world or semi-open world?
open world.
I think that when you talk about open world or semi-open world, there's a lot of preconceived ideas of what that means. Are you going to be out there, gathering leather and crafting and those sorts of things? And that's not what we're about.
So they answered this question already with the Inside Infinite update that we covered in late February, whenever it was, the February update that they made, where Joe Staten himself said it's not an open world game. It's it's just a bit. It's pretty much it's a regular Halo game. It's gonna be a bit more open in the environment. Like the level design is gonna be more open and spacious.
It's not a linear FPS. It's more of a open level FPS, but it's still an FPS game.
Think the mission Halo from Halo CE, except every mission is now Halo from Halo CE.
Yeah.
Where it's like it's just this open map area that you have to explore, and you can go every which way you want, but it's not in the same vein of, like, say, an Assassin's Creed.
Hired very early on from missions like Silent Cartographer from Halo Combat Evolved. And this mission, one of the things that really stuck with me is how open it was, how much player freedom, player choice you had to decide where you want to go, when to engage. It has, you can go inside, you can go outside, you're driving on your Warthog, you're with Marines. So we wanted to, when we talk about rebooting, or the spiritual reboot of the franchise, we wanted to capture the essence of this feeling of player choice. And so I think when we talk about world size, it's good to understand how we got to the size of the world that we have. Now, if you think about missions, in game, like in Halo 5, there's on Meridian, there's a mission where you're driving a Scorpion up a road, and it's cool. The space is designed for the Scorpion. And once you complete that mission, you leave the Scorpion behind and you go on to the next mission. Well, what we started asking ourselves is, what if you could keep that Scorpion? What if you could drive that Scorpion to the next mission and use it again? And then we started taking that further. What if instead of
like what we've been doing in Level Forever?
Mission,
I was about to say, like what I do in Halo 2 all the fucking time, or in Halo 3, where it's like, okay, or in even Halo 3, it's like I have a tank, and it's like, oh, but you're not supposed to take this tank here, but it doesn't mean I can't.
Yeah, well, fuck your rules. I do what I want.
Fuck you, Wall. I'm gonna drive over you with the tank. It's like, yeah, I do it. The tank's missing all the armor, the treads are exposed, but I did it. I now have the tank with me, and I just continue going anyways. Like every Halo player's been doing that for the last 20 years.
Hell yeah.
You can drive that Scorpion up on the hill around the backside, and blow up that Wraith that's parked there before the enemy even knows you're around. And this really struck a chord with us, where that's what that experience that we felt, giving me a bunch of toys to play with. I use those toys.
So I did watch this already, so pretty much he's going. I remember this. He's going on about how, we're giving you a play space and a bunch of toys to play with, and you use them how you see fit.
Going back to the world size, we expanded the world to account for this kind of combat, to account for Halo combat. So we have bases that are open. There's a road leading up to the base, but there's also the hillside. And you can follow that road down to another base behind the mountain, but it's all still, it's Halo combat. It's not trying to be anything else. And that's what's really exciting to us. It's that expansive silent cartographer realized now with the cool next generation consoles.
That's awesome. And I always enjoy.
That's great, but I'm gonna be playing it on PC, buddy. I mean, look, I'm still gonna be getting the game, but it just depends on depending on how things progress from now to release, will determine if I get the game on release or like 2 years later.
Yeah, right.
Because I do want to get the game and play it on the channel here, and hopefully Cam, you will too, because I assume we'll both be getting it on PC and we can play it together on Steam or something.
Yeah.
So we can play it, together here, and judge it while we play.
Judgingly.
I mean, look, we played every Halo game that's well. You haven't played Halo 5, right? I'm the only one.
Correct. I have not played Halo 5.
I think Poger and I are the only ones of Cast in the Shadows that have played Halo 5, and regrettably so. Well, not so much. Multiplayer was fun. Like, the custom game stuff, like, I told you about the whole Jenga thing you can do, some death race modes that people have made. But that's fun, but that's not why you're playing a Halo game.
Exactly.
I wanted it because I wanted to continue this chief story in Halo 5, and it turned out to be utter shit, and I see it in recommended here. It's a lore-accurate chief and lock fight for anyone who... That's awesome.
Playing the game in campaign, whether I want to roll up with a tank like you mentioned, or start picking people off from afar, or even just go in guns blazing. It's always a ton of fun.
Aspect of the game for the visuals, so
major focus of Infinite.
I know that exploration is a major focus in Infinite, but what I'm curious is biomes, sort of environments, if any, can we expect in Zeta Halo aside from the PNW inspired landscapes we've seen so far? So pretty much like the grassy, typical Halo landscapes that we've already seen.
But what I'm curious, aside
of the game for the visuals, so Pacific Northwest is our main biome. That was by choice. We got really excited about it. We wanted to do it right. And so within that biome, you actually find diversity within sub-biomes. So we have some high altitude palettes. We have some more wetland palettes, more swampy wetlands. We also have some war-torn areas. We refer to those as the Deadlands, where you can really see some storytelling going on with the biome itself and maybe what happened on the ring. Along with our biomes, we have a lot of other palettes, right? We have the hexagons themselves lead to some really interesting kind of visual and gameplay situations of having, a cavern made out of hexagons. Or speaking of caves, we actually have cave systems in the game as well, so you can go exploring in some really dark, kind of moody areas and see what you can discover. We have the Forerunner architecture. You go inside the Forerunner with that classic palette, and then the Banished themselves bring this like plethora of really interesting architecture and buildings and fortifications. And so when we put all these things together, it adds a lot of variety in a very natural way, I'll say. So it doesn't feel like you're at Disneyland where you're running around and you're seeing these very intricate new biomes that don't really mesh well together. So we really focused on getting that Pacific Northwest biome and then having these sub-biomes within it, so it all feels like one believable place for the player to kind of engage with.
Gotcha. So,
I noticed he didn't mention anything about like snow biomes and swamp stuff, similar to what we saw in Halo CE.
Yeah.
And Halo 2, both taking place on a Halo ring, and even Halo 3, where you're on the Halo ring and it's snowy, just like it was in Halo CE. And the Ark itself had multiple biomes. There was the typical grasslands, right, the Pacific Northwest type biome. And then you had the what's the biome? The desert biome that you when you're first on the Ark. Anyway, next question is, I'm curious about how or if the hexagonal pillars have changed. I don't know if I missed them, but I didn't see any in the new screenshots.
But I did.
They're one of our early decisions around the game of having kind of this underlying structure. I think I mentioned this in the blog, this underlying structure on the ring itself. And again, this has allowed us to go in this path of having massive destruction on the ring without it becoming really noodly and noisy and complex. And we have these organized hexes that have been shifted up and down and kind of torn apart, and some of them are missing, creating these big gaps between spaces. And so they're still in the game. They're still foundational, kind of literally underlying on the surface of the game and the world that we're creating. We've continued to kind of work on their rendering. That was one of the things that's always bothered us in the past, was just how they looked on screen. And so we've made a lot more investment into their shaders and how they render and how they're grouped and things like that. But again, they lend so well to both just the narrative of the destruction of the ring, and then also gameplay. Like a hexagon is a really, really convenient shape for gameplay to kind of live on and play around for cover, and for, you know, using the grapple and getting up on these shelves of hexes. So yeah, they're still around in the same kind of fashion that they were last year, but they're looking a lot better right now.
Objectives be separate.
Okay. I mean, I'm not a fan, but I figured they were kind of I have to wait and see what they look like with their updated rendering.
Yeah.
But I'm not a fan of the whole like hexagonal thing, especially since we know for like, again, in the book that I was just reading, it takes place on the same ring. It's like, okay, you know, it's like any other Halo ring where there's an interior structure and you can literally travel inside the ring underneath the surface. You know, there's like, it's not just solid hexagons down there.
Yeah.
Like, there are tunnels and chasms and superstructure pillars, and you know, there's a whole network of tunnels and shit all over the place there. There's backup systems, backup rooms, backup cartographers and stuff in case, you know, say the main cartographer gets blown up or something, you know, or taken over by a flood infestation. A new one pops up somewhere else on the ring. That was the case with the control room on Installation 05 in Halo 2. You know, because the Gravemind, apparently the Gravemind is in the control room of Halo 2. Yet you go to the control room at the end of Halo 2 as well. There's two. Because there's a backup control room. You know, it's a Halo. It's got to have redundant systems and backups and shit. A giant 10,000 kilometer diameter weapon. Next question was, you touched on it some, but how will missions and other objectives be separated from each other in a more connected world? What is stopping me from grabbing a Banshee and flying it to the objective 3 missions ahead in the story?
Separated, flying it.
The game is structured in the way that the go do it. The way that the game is structured and the way that the primary narrative moves through the game, there's certain things that just naturally, by the structure of the game, sort of, you don't have the opportunity to jump ahead and sort of sequence break and break the experience. The game embraces this to a degree. But on top of that, once again, going back to sort of the player agency aspect of that, you know, the way it's going to play out is you might be dropped off in a location from the Pelican, and there's your primary objective. You can see over the ridge that there's a location that you're going to be heading to. But then off to the left, there's a UNSC forward operating base that's now been overrun by Banished. Oh, do I go down there before I go to the main story beat, and take that back, and then maybe I can pull in the vehicle to go use? I could gather up different, you know, my loadout, change out my loadout to what I want to do from the things that I've unlocked. I look over to the right, and oh man, there's some green smoke popped that's coming over that ridge over there. That's probably a group of Marines that are heavily battling for their lives against Banished forces right now. I can go choose to rescue those guys. That would be something to do. And then over there's a big Forerunner tower sticking up over that ridge across the gap. Maybe I want to go explore that and go see what's going on there. So there's a lot of choice that you get to make about kind of how you want to engage in things and what you want to go do and what stories you want to go pursue at any given time. But then there's always sort of the anchor element of the core story that's playing through, that is ever present and kind of drawing you through the spaces and through the world as it unfolds in front of you.
Gotcha. So a player can't really cut ahead on the main Golden Path storyline. They can still go around and adventure and explore and find all these other cool things.
Absolutely, and we've managed to craft that in such a way that it's not done through the concept of like invisible walls and just, you just can't do it yet kind of stuff. We've crafted the story in such a way that it's very natural in the flow of how the spaces work and how everything's flowing, so it doesn't feel artificial, which I think is important when you're having this kind of a experience that we want to have be this flowing, organic kind of feeling experience.
There's roads connecting these different mission locations, and you can grab a vehicle and you can drive from one location to the other, which is awesome. You can drive that at your own pace. Now, Master Chief's story, the main story of the game, does have a linear thread that takes us through the world. And as you're progressing through the story, you're going to unlock new areas to explore, new locations to go inside, and that story will progress in a linear fashion. In between, as you're driving out and about, there are many other activities out in the world for you to engage in, and like the bases or outposts is one of those things that I had mentioned. And there you can, if you've progressed the game and you've unlocked maybe some of these higher tier vehicles, could be the Scorpion, it could be a flying vehicle. You're absolutely free to take that vehicle to any place you want to go in the game, and you can use it to attack a base, or you could go in on foot. If you've rescued some Marines along the way, you could go in there and take some Marines with you. The choice is yours. It's awesome.
Yeah, so you could play any way you want, but within the world.
All right, so interesting. Again, I'm not, for anyone that's watching and hasn't, like, this is your first time on the channel, first of all, welcome and thank you. But also, I don't want to sound like, the reason I sound so pessimistic and bitter around the, like, just Halo Infinite news and stuff I'm not bitter, I'm jaded. 343 have burned me twice now.
Especially seeing what they've put out before, what we're seeing now.
And
I
want to be optimistic. It's just, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I've been fooled twice. I'm not getting fooled a third time. I'd rather be pleasantly surprised, like, oh, it's actually really good, over, oh, it's, and like, I don't want to be like, oh, it's just as bad as I expect it to be. It's another 343 Halo game. I don't want it to be that. But
what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, you got to go based on track record. Actions speak louder than words. The next question was, with Zeta Halo being a major character, will there be ways to find story elements within the world beyond the Golden Path, which is the main story, the Master Chief story of the game?
Cool elements in the world you'll see along are connectedly.
Elements with.
Like I said, the locations are connected in the world. You can drive from one location to the other, and along the way, you're going to discover, cool elements in the world. You'll see a pelican that's crashed and skidded across the terrain, and it's, burnt out an area. Well, you can go over and discover, explore that space. And some of these spaces you're going to find things like audio logs, and those audio logs are going to be telling a lot more story about the ring, about what happened, about the battles that took place here, or people's personal stories. So it's really exciting to go around and explore some of these locations. And I'll also say, like, the art team has done an amazing job of just set dressing these areas so you can look at a space and you can really see what goes on. And then when you listen to that audio log, it just complements that story and just really makes the world a much deeper, richer space for exploring that. It's really cool.
So they paint the picture and then you kind of get to hear more about it, essentially?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and the audio logs, like, are great. There's great voice acting and background sounds. It's like a cool radio drama. They're awesome. They're really well done.
All right, I'm gonna toss us to our next question here. Is the ring in the skybox a fully rendered 3D model? If so, why did you decide to make it a 3D model instead of just painting a skybox? It looks beautiful, by the way.
guy.
All right, so I remember reading this part. I can answer this in a few sentences versus like the 5 minutes it takes this guy. Pretty much what they did is they wanted because it's a character, they wanted to have it physically in the world, and so this way the Zeta Halo model they have in the game will actually affect the lighting and it's the source of the day-night cycle, and at certain points the ring will fully eclipse the sun, and they talked about how it's going to be like a midnight, cool, dark environment thing. Yeah, there you go. Next question was, how will the day-night cycles work with cutscenes? Will they also be integrated into them, or will they always be in predetermined time? So they said the answer to this, because I watched this too, and again I can say it quicker than they can. The cutscenes are all live in game. So whatever weapon you're using will be in the cutscene. Whatever time of day it is will be in the cutscene. It's all dependent on. Like, the cutscene is live in the engine and in the game. Because they didn't want it to be where it's like, okay, you're going from game to cutscene and then back to game, like in previous Halos. Which, I guess, understandable. I mean it's a nice touch. That's really all I have to say about it. What techniques does the team implement to really bring out the scale of the world of Zeta Halo, emphasis on certain elements, etc.?
Really bring that
That is a great question. One of the challenges we have with making a world that is both alien and ginormous, like the ring, yeah, that's my science word, is that scale can get really tricky, right? Because you want to build this giant ring that implies all this other space that you can literally see, wrapping up around you. You have these large or huge Forerunner structures all over. And so how do you make it so that you as a player don't feel like a little kid in this space? You want to feel like a super soldier, right? You don't want to feel like a small person running around this big space. But those features are so important. Those giant features are so important to kind of the epic scale of a gameplay space. So one of the challenges we have, and one of the reasons why, again, we lean on any biome that we create in a game, is it brings back scale to the player, right? And so you look at grass or you look at trees, people can use those to judge scale against a giant Forerunner structure. If you see that structure alone without anything around it, it's really hard to tell what the scale of that thing is. So you need things to be able to compare it to within the same kind of shot. And that's where it gets really fun, kind of blending all the different palettes, I'll call them, together in order to get those varying degrees of scale across the game. And so, you saw in some of our screenshots, there's these big mega structures in the world, and you'll see next to them, there are trees. And these trees are not small, because as people, we know a pine tree is, say, 20 to 30 feet tall. It's like a random guess, right? Because we can relate to those things in the real world. And then seeing those together, your brain can put it together. Oh my gosh, this thing must be a mile high or something, whatever you might come up with. And so scale is a really tricky thing to pull off well. But it really comes down to mixing the different relatable things with like the big science awesome or sci-fi awesome things in the world, like the megastructures. The hexagons even lend themselves to having scale. They're kind of more of a medium scale, but they create these big swaths of Forerunner tech that you see in the world. And so you see those compared to like the rocks on top of them, to the trees on top of those, and you start really getting a good sense of what the scale is of spaces and the distances of things too. And it's a really fun challenge for the team to kind of overcome. And when you do it well, people won't really realize that was an issue ever, but yeah, it's kind of an exciting topic for us to always tackle with making a really awesome sci-fi game.
That's an incredible explanation. It's all just a matter of perspective and making sure people can.
Actually, I do like this answer just because I had this problem with the Transformers, the Activision High Moon Studio Transformers games, right? The War for Cybertron, Fall of Cybertron, where you did kind of feel a bit small as a Transformer. Yeah, you're on Cybertron, but like I felt. And then that could attribute to the design of the Transformers, but just everything was so much bigger than you that you feel tiny, and I didn't like that. And yeah, again, you're a Transformer on Cybertron, your home planet, understandable. But at the same time, like, I never got that feeling from the cartoons and the comics. So, but so I understand where they're going for with that, and I like that. You're that they're doing that, especially since Halo CE did this. So, moving on to the next question. What's the design philosophy for the Banished in Halo Infinite? What colors, styles, and goals go into banishing a hallway, weapon, vehicle, or structure?
Banished were first established, the visuals for them first established in Halo Wars 2, and so we've really taken that and kind of applied it to the narrative of this game. And so the Banished have this really heavy metal, red war paint kind of aesthetic to them. They're literally led by a brute, so they have this brutish kind of vibe, and so you'll see this in the way we built kind of their structures and their fortifications, in that they all have these big spikes under them. And so what's happened is the Banished have dropped them from orbit and they've slammed into the ground, and they built these fortifications across the ring in this very kind of not medieval but very very heavy way, right? And so it has this really awesome contrast versus like this beautiful world, Pacific Northwest world that we built, where you see these beautiful trees and these things, and then you just have these big heavy buildings having slammed down on the ground around them, crushing everything below them, to kind of set up their fortifications, the Banished. So it's a great way for us to contrast against things, and you can even see that in some of the vehicle and weapon new designs of classic weapons and some of the new weapons, in that you look at the Wraith or you look at the Banshee, and now those things, they have this heavy metal plated armor on top of them with the red war paint of the Banished. So you can really feel like this faction has come and kind of affected the ring visually, both with like their equipment, their vehicles, weapons, and then also their buildings, and just the fact that they don't care about the beauty of the ring. They just want to conquer things. And so even within,
you could have said they're brutes, just expect brute designs from previous Halo and Halo Wars 2. And I actually have models of the elites from Halo Wars 2 here on screen right now, and I love them. These aren't the elites in Halo Infinite, but this is just from Halo Wars 2, and they look great.
First of all, how dare you? Second of all, how dare you?
Love the elite hat. They remind me of Combat Evolved elites. They're in Halo Reach elites, which is good, with their armor and their pose. What's the next question? Hold up.
Nothing.
Dare you? Next question is: in Halo Infinite, will we be able to knock things off the edge of Zeta Halo? Asking for a friend.
Asking for a friend.
The answer is yes, and I can tell you, just recently I was playing in space, and I happened to be driving in with a Scorpion tank, and I came around the corner and I was face to face with a Wraith, and just out of pure luck, pure coincidence, I managed to push the Wraith over the edge, and just watched it, slowly tilt back and just fall into the abyss, which was amazing, unexpected, and it was just such a cool moment that happened, that that just by luck that I managed to come around a different way and catch them off guard. So absolutely, you can push things off the edge.
Very, very exciting.
You just said
Our
yes,
next question.
and then told the story. How much of the improvements to visual quality do you attribute as a response to the July reveal versus just having more time to improve the game, to improve and tweak the game?
From the community is how much
really great their thoughts. And first off, thank you to the community for having giving us their thoughts and on what they saw last year. We really appreciate that, and that's something we have that not every franchise gets to have, is that immediate feedback on how people are feeling about it. A lot of what was brought up from the community based on that gameplay reveal last year was a lot of stuff we had on our list of like, hey, we need to improve these things. We're so grateful we now have more time to do that, and you can hopefully everybody can tell in the screenshots we just released, we really took that feedback and just that list of things that we knew we were going after or wanted to go after to heart. And the team has worked incredibly hard. I can't state that enough on getting those features and those issues resolved as best as we can for the sake of the player, right? That's always what this is about. And so hopefully you can see the results of that effort. But again, thank you to the community for pointing out things that, you know, we completely agree with. And
patrols that
Sorry, he's just repeating himself. So
will look for Chief.
Gotcha. Yeah. So when the Banished arrived on Zeta Halo and established their presence, they
will all events in the game be created in advance, like outposts and missions, or will there be random encounters like unscripted patrols that will look for Chief?
Be random.
Banished arrived on Zeta Halo and established their presence. They set up outposts and bases and these kinds of things as like permanent structures that they're entrenched upon within. But then there's also these patrols that are out in the in-between spaces and random encounters that the player will run into as you're exploring and going between locations. There's on top of that something that's pretty cool is we have a system in place to react to some of the choices the player makes. So for instance, if you're moving through a space and you're on foot, we will understand that, and the random encounters you might run into are encounters that would be fun to engage in on foot. And if you're like coming into a space and you've got a flying vehicle, for instance, and you're just cruising through, you might run into an encounter that's fun to fight against in a flying vehicle. I want to emphasize that the goal there is to make it so that we're giving you things that are fun to engage with whatever you're bringing to bear, the choices you've made. It's not sort of a reaction pushback, you know, oh, the player's in a flying vehicle, let's punish them. It's not really that. It's the idea of like, what is really fun to do with this kind of a choice that the player's made, and we make sure that we're providing those kinds of opportunities so that it feels really cool and it feels rewarding for the choices you've made.
That's awesome. I actually more lighthearted. It says, "Are you guys having fun making the game?"
You know, just to level set, making games is not. At times, it's difficult for sure. I mean, especially a game like this. There's all sorts of philosophical things you need to challenge both internally and also externally with fans. And for me, I'm super grateful just to be able to work on a game like Halo, to have a bunch of fans that love the game. And there's
all right, so I think we're done with the Halo stuff. But yeah, what do you think, Cam, with the whole Halo Infinite Ask 343 video regarding Zeta Halo and
honestly,
the wildlife and no dual wielding, no playable elites, but the world it
could be good
attention,
but I don't really think it will be. I think it's going to be the same old. Because I mean, as of right now, at least for 343, they're 2 for 2. Bad.
Yeah, I would say.
And we're not seeing.
They're 1 for, like they're not. Oh, I would say they're. Would you count Halo Wars 2? Because Halo Wars 2, I do think, was a win. But it's not. Yeah, it's not a mainstream
but it's still
game.
It's completely different.
It was made by
from a
Creative
regular
Assembly,
Halo game,
not
from a regular Halo FPS. So at least for the Halo FPS series with Master Chief, they're 2 for 2 in the hole.
0 for 2. That's their record.
So it's like, and the indicators we're getting at this point is that it seems like it's going to be more of the same kind of shit. So
or at the very least, it's like
could be good.
Something. It's like we're going back to what Halo was before we took over, and yeah, sure, that's great. But again, this is kind of lending credit to my theory that I created a few months ago, but last year. I call it behavioral therapy. I've told you about it a little bit, but it's pretty much behavioral therapy is you constantly get crap from, and this sometimes it's not done purposely. Like I don't think 343 is done on purpose. But you're getting crap upon crap upon crap from multiple studios or from the same people or whatever. You're getting crap quality stuff. Everyone knows it's crap. Even the studios in some cases know it's crap, and they're pushing it out anyways. Especially like Bethesda and EA.
Oh yeah,
and all that, and you're getting crap, but then they make something that's mediocre or meh at best, right?
Yep.
You know,
And
it's
it
like,
just,
oh
and
my
people
god, it's the
explode
best
about
thing
it.
ever. It's amazing. You know, it's
Look at,
jumps to it.
for example, Outer Worlds.
Outer
I think fits
Worlds,
that exactly. Not to say Outer Worlds was bad. It was decent, but I wouldn't say it was amazing. But people raved about it because it was such a change in pace from what we had been getting.
I was gonna go more. I'll just because that again, the Outer Worlds is a AA game made by Obsidian as an independent studio.
Yep.
It's a AA game with AAA quality, but it is still. It feels like when you're playing the game, it's like, okay, this is still kind of like it plays like an indie game in a lot of regards. But I was gonna go more like just okay. You have the Fallen Order game, right? Jedi Fallen Order. It's like everyone's like, oh, it's amazing, it's great, actually good. You know, Respawn made it, like, because Respawn, everyone loves Respawn. You know, like they can do no wrong type thing, which I think is ridiculous. Yeah, they made Titanfall, and I like Titanfall 2. I played Titanfall 1. I like Titanfall 2. I liked the campaign. Hated the multiplayer. The UI and the menu for the multiplayer was fucked up and horrible. And I'm personally not a fan of the multiplayer gameplay, but the campaign was nice. It was short. I beat it in 4 hours, but it was fun. And but like the game, like the Jedi Fallen, like everyone said it was great. And I'm like, I looked at it and I'm like, this game is pretty much like you can do more in a game that came out 10 years ago from the time this game came out. Like, and that's the thing, and that's why I call it behavioral modification, and that is your behavior towards things is being modified by getting more crap upon crap upon crap, and then all of a sudden you get something that's mediocre, you know, or would be considered mediocre, but because in comparison it's amazing compared to the crap you've been getting, that it's like and the real problem and why I kind of classified this theory of mine as a conspiracy is because it's resetting the bar and the standard bars for quality. Because now you're just like, oh look, this game's being super innovative, and see now we have a day-night cycle and this and that, and we're like, yeah, we've had this shit in games since 2004, you know?
Yeah.
Or actually earlier, but you know what I mean. You know, like it's been 20 plus years. These aren't new features. It's just that they've been lacking in games, in so many games for so long. And then you bring them back, and it's like, oh, we're being innovative, and then it's like a cycle of innovation.
Like, not really.
It's not really innovation. You're just taking things away and then putting them back several years later and calling it innovation.
Yep.
And that's why I call it behavioral modification. I know I sound like a crazy conspiracy theorist when I say these kinds of things, but tell me I'm wrong. Like, and give me reasons as to, like, okay, well, they're not doing it. Like, 'cause I'm willing to listen. It's just, from what I'm seeing, it's like they're giving you crap. They're giving you more crap. Then they give you something good, or rather mediocre. But I wouldn't even consider it good. But it's like it's good in comparison. And therefore, people lose their minds on how amazing it is. And then you get more crap, more, and it's like, okay. And then the next good thing's like, oh, but we're groundbreaking with this new tech and new gameplay thing. It's like, but it's not, because you know you have a game from 20 years ago that can do the same thing. It just doesn't look as pretty. So. There you go. But yeah, it does sound like we're gonna get more of the same crap. Speaking of getting more of the same crap, we have the Aliens Fireteam game. So we were supposed to cover this last week. We didn't. That's our bad. But we have a new Aliens game, Aliens Fireteam. It is pretty much. And when I first heard about this, it was actually during I was doing my Alien Isolation playthrough again, and someone in the comment sections in the chat's like, "Oh hey, there's a trailer for a new Aliens game." I'm like, "Oh cool!" And I watched it after the stream, and was like, "Okay, so it's third person, and it's based around the Aliens movie, where he plays a colonial marine." I'm showing the trailer right now. Like this is literally the reveal trailer. And you know you're shooting aliens. Cool, right? Then they showed off gameplay. And look, the second I heard about this and saw the trailer, I was already getting Aliens, Colonial Marines vibes, but just not as horrible. but I was like getting like, okay, the last time we had an Aliens game, it was absolute garbage. So IGN did a 25-minute gameplay trailer showing off gameplay. I'm not going to play the sound. If you want, watch it on your own. It's literally it's like the only Alien Fireteam news. But essentially, they're showing the gameplay. One of the problems I first noticed was I felt the HUD was a bit busy. Now, I understand having to have stuff like, okay, you need an ammo counter, and you need a health meter, and you need health meter for your buddies I see here, and stuff like that. But it's like, oh, first of all, this isn't the game's fault, this is just IGN's fault. They have the IGN logo here, right? The subscribe thing with the interactive thing on YouTube. And then they have the IGN logo on the video itself that they did when they were editing. And it's right over the goddamn fucking motion tracker. So you can't really see it in this video, and that is bugging the hell out of me when I watch this. But I feel like the HUD's a bit busy. And don't get me wrong, like a very detailed HUD can work. Like I like Halo Reach and even Halo 4's HUD. Like I like that detailed HUD, but it's different. There you're wearing a full helmet that has an neural link HUD and all that sorts of shit. You're not wearing a helmet here. Like when you're playing a game that doesn't revolve, like I liked how Alien Isolation did it. Alien Isolation was very minimalistic. You had your HUD, like your HUD was just a health bar and maybe a little bit of instructions depending on what item you were using. That was it. Whereas here, it does feel a little bit busy. Now, obviously, that is part of the video editing. The mat and the names here, that's just the dev's screen stuff that they're showing. But the game here, it's pretty much World War Z, but with an alien skin. One thing I noticed here is that your friends, your allies, are highlighted when you're looking at them. I don't like that. I also don't like that you can color like. The point, it's like a looter shooter in regards like, you can get different skins for your gun, like your pulse rifle here, you can make it orange instead of the typical green. It's like, I don't want to say it feels like a cartoony version of Aliens, because it doesn't. It feels like a caricature of Aliens, no?
Yeah,
like it looks
not,
like a caricature.
it'd be like if someone made a Halo game with the graphics of Borderlands.
Yeah. No, it's not. This isn't as bad as that, but it's like it's got that kind of like, okay, we highlight everything, and this way you see that, and it gets really bad when they show off the aliens, the xenomorph gameplay. Oh, not xenomorph gameplay, but when you're killing the xenomorphs, like they're okay for the smart gun. That makes sense because it's a smart gun. But like I don't like that your allies are being highlighted, because the whole point of the Aliens universe is everything's very dark and very claustrophobic. You went between corridors and different steel hallways and the nest hallways and the secreted resin kind of stuff. And there, I don't like that. The aliens being highlighted. Like, the aliens being highlighted kind of takes away the fear, because, like, okay, where is he? Where is he, Another thing I didn't like, and apparently people in the comments agree with me, and that is the X every time you kill an alien. But it doesn't feel like an Aliens game, or set in that universe. It kind of feels like, that's what I mean, like it feels a bit like a cartoon. I just don't want to say that because it's extreme. It's an extreme accusation, but like it does have that feel. Like it's a caricature. I think it's the best way to describe it. It's an Aliens caricature.
Don't question, just buy.
Yeah. Hello?
I said, do not question, just buy.
Oh, yes. Consume products. Consume my dick. No, okay. But yeah, it's not great. I mean, so there's no So it's third person. It's a third person shooter. It's pretty much it's a World War Z with an alien skin. And I'm not playing the audio. You know, I probably should play the audio.
Calling Xenomorph. What
It's really
was
low
that?
though, but
Yeah, there's ended on the suite of aliens that you've seen in the films quite a bit. There's over 20 enemy types in our game. That was a burster.
so they just because I watched this and they're pretty much there's three. It only supports 3-player co-op. You know, there's multiple classes. You choose from the class, right, of like a marine class for your playthrough. And they talked about like, okay, this. I laughed at this. I genuinely like burst out laughing when they said this. In regards to how do they vary the encounters, right? Like, how do they make it just feel like? How does it feel different from it just being wave upon wave of aliens? You know, and they literally say difficulties, different difficulties.
It's like, okay, so it's not different at all then.
No,
Gotcha.
And they did say like different things would happen upon different difficulties, but I mean, I'll believe it when I see it. Also, here's another thing. There's like we saw in Aliens what happened when you shoot an alien in close quarters. You get acid sprayed on you, and you die or get seriously injured and out of the fight for a while.
Hmm.
Here you can melee the fucking aliens.
And it's like,
Like, from a gameplay perspective, I understand, like, okay, one hit from, like, you know, the aliens, you know, shooting at you or whatever with their acid and all that. But because it's a co-op game, you're not, like, okay, one hit, you're dead, and it's like, okay, it's not that fun because it's a single-player game. That's not the case here. You know, you're playing co-op, so you can have it be, okay, one hit and you're gone. Unless your buddy tries to revive you or something, and it's like, great, your incompetence has now endangered the team, and that's just that's co-op gameplay right there, you know? Because it encourages you guys, the three of you to work together, but that's not the case. Like, that being said, you know, the design and detail on the weapons does look good. It's just, you know, the game itself kind of looks crappy. Again, you can't hear this because I'm not playing audio, but in the trailer here, every alien makes the same exact noise when they die. And it's not even the iconic scream from the movies.
which it should be. Seriously.
Even if it was, like, there was variations of it in the film. And that's the thing, too, is you didn't have the aliens dying, like, you had them dying by kind of like, you know, 2 or 3s at a time, but, like, it wasn't, it felt more intimate, you know, because there's only, like, there's 5 aliens in the room, and there was, like, the 5 guys, and now that alone was tough, you know?
Yeah.
Or 3 Marines, you know? Whereas here, you're fighting hordes and hordes, and I get it's a game, you're comparing a game to a movie, but at the same time, if you really wanted to capture that feel of the movie, here's the thing is, you're now making a game, this is the first real game being made, set in the Alien universe, since Alien Isolation. If this is an immediate bomb, if you do not top that, or at the very least come within, like, at the same level as that game.
Yeah, bro.
Given the AI for that, like that game, I play it every year because it makes me feel in that universe, and it is fucking amazing. And I'm not a horror game guy, but I keep playing it. Like, it is a beautiful game to look at. It is fun to play. The alien is genuinely terrifying. And even playing it again, like, okay, you know, I've played the game multiple times. Spoilers in Alien Isolation. It should be called Aliens Isolation because there's multiple aliens. I've even had 2 aliens hunting me at once last year. But in that game, like, yeah, you play it once and you think, oh, it can't be scary again, right? Like, you know, horror games, you know, all the novelty wore off after you got scared the first time. Not the case with Alien Isolation because the alien's unpredictable. That's what makes it scary. It's not, you know, the jump scares and shit. It's the alien never does the same thing twice. And if it does, there's going to be a minor difference in how it does it. But here, this is kind of reminding me of like a Borderlands or a, World War Z, and just that kind of like cartoony type shooter, that looter shooter style, right? Like it's kind of reminding me a bit of not Destiny, what's the Division, the Ubisoft one, the Division. Kind of what it's reminding me of, third person looter shooter based, or co-op with weird ass stuff. It's like, and look, I'm not trying to shit on this. Like, you enjoy this type of game, that's fine, And I've played the Division. I enjoyed what I played of the first one at least, but it just, I'm not a fan. Like for Aliens, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like I don't want. Like when I think Aliens, I want to essentially, I want that experience of being in the film. Like I want that like that's what I get with Alien Isolation. It's like, holy crap, I'm in this universe. I'm in the films.
Like, and you're some fucking poor schmuck stuck on a ship or a station with this fucking thing that's taking out your people one by one. You're one of the few, if not the only one left. Yeah. Holy fucking shit!
See, right there, the alien fucking exploded. Acid blood would have melted that guy. I'm sorry, but that would have been death.
Unless you provide some kind of a reasonable explanation as to why not. Like if you were to be like, hey, we knew there might be something here that would be acidic, or the job we were going to do might have been involving caustic chemicals, and so we have suits that would go
as a colonial marine. So, kind of like the events of Aliens, where you're following the Marines. And
yeah. I'm just saying, if you write into the story, you could have like, okay, fine, the acid blood doesn't affect us as much or at all because we happen to have protective
armor
clothing that would be able to take it. Okay, right. Sure, but if you don't make any mention of it, we just assume you're just utterly ignoring it.
Right, and another thing too is the biggest thing about Aliens from the movie was. They were doing the characters you're following, Hicks and Ripley and Newt and Gorman. Oh, why am I blanking on the Marine chick?
I forgot the names.
Yeah,
it's been so long.
But Hudson, game over, man, game over. What the fuck are we gonna do now? Those characters. The biggest thing in that movie was. They were doing everything in their power to make sure the aliens didn't even come into the same room as them.
Yep. Because it's like they knew if it did, right there, game over.
Yeah. And that was the whole thing is, like, okay, you want to first of all, make the game in first person just because it makes it more claustrophobic and gives it a bit more of, it gives it more of a grounding and more of a,
it gives it much more of a fear factor because you actually are the character. You aren't. I'm just Joe Schmo number 59. Like, no, I'm fucking me.
Yeah, like you're seeing it from your perspective. You're seeing it from first person. You, right, or I rather. And you're because you is second perspective. But anyway, pretty much. If you ever watch someone else play a game, that's second perspective. There you go. But first person perspective. That's It's like it's more frightening, it's more claustrophobic. You don't have this huge 180 degree field of view that you have in third person. You just have your 90 or whatever 70 even whatever the game is. I think in Alien Isolation they have it down to like fucking 40.
Yeah.
Degree field of view.
Or it's like you might have like a helmet on or something that obscures your vision even more.
Right. Like there are segments in Alien Isolation where you have to put on a gas mask because there's toxic chemicals. It's usually just for like one room, just traversing.
Yeah, but even
there
so,
is one segment in the game.
You
I'm actually up
have
there
a very
right
limited
now.
field of view, and you feel that.
Yeah, and you feel like, okay, I'm wearing this mask. Okay, I'm like my vision's obstructed now and everything, but I can survive this environment. It's a trade-off. And that's the part of the game, especially in a game like this. But the original point I was trying to make is that when in a game like this, yeah, sure, you can have little automated turrets and all that. Fine. The whole point is. You make a little stand in an area because you don't want the aliens to get there. And if they get there, that means failure. Like, not failure like the game over, but like, holy crap, fall back immediately, or we're going to be immediately overrun. So much as one gets past, you know.
Yep.
Because you don't want, again, you can't from the movies and stuff. You can't take these things on in close quarters because they got razor sharp claws, a fucking tail blade, and acid blood. You know, to quote Parker, it's got a wonderful defense mechanism. You dare not kill it. At least not in close quarters, anyways. And like right there, like remember the chick pilot from Aliens that got completely sliced to death by the alien's claws in the cockpit when they're taking off, and then they crash right before the game over scene. Like, that was the fucking alien's claws just slashing her to death.
Yeah, and that was just like a little schnick. That's it.
Yeah. Like, so I can, and again, I understand, it's for gameplay, you have to take some kind of damage. Fine. But that's why, if it's co-op, you can make it be like, okay, one hit, or two hits, and then you're down. Right? But your buddies can revive you. Because it's a co-op game. There have to be trade-offs, otherwise you're just overpowered. Especially in a game like this where you are not the dominant thing in the room. The xenomorph is. It is the perfect organism. You are just defending yourself.
You're just some dumb human
with a gun. Like if you get hit by it, your buddies then have to go and help you, which makes them more vulnerable as well. And that's why it's like, okay, that it means you have to work together. You have to pay attention. You can't let your guard down. Like there, right there, like he's punching the fucking Xeno. Oh. I'm sorry. I know I'm making some weird ass nitpicks on this game, but it's just. When you get I'm not one to settle. I'm not gonna be like, oh, well, it's not as good as Alien Isolation, but it's like, no, you made something that good, like that you raise the bar when you make something good. And if you make something better, you are raising the bar more. It is called improving and innovating. That is what true innovation is: constantly raising the bar and improving something.
Whoa, we don't do that here.
Like original and. I'm going to use Iron Man in the comics. He's constantly innovating the Iron Man armor and making it better and making it more efficient to the point where, because in the comics he had to have a separate suit for space, that had the like a backpack type thing in the design so he can have oxygen tanks and shit. But eventually the armor had built in, like to the point where like this like it went from this bulky space suit to like the space armor specifically went to like bulky space. Specific armor to the regular Iron Man can survive in armor. Like the regular suits. Like that's innovation. That's improvement. That's raising the bar, meaning that each time you make something, you have to make it better the next time. And that's what games should be too. That's what they used to be. Like this again. This is pretty much just World War Z reskinned. And the HUD is very again. I think it's overly busy. I mean, I get it. You have to make it. You have to relay the information somehow, right? But at the same time, do it in a way that makes sense. Like in Aliens, they had like in Halo CE, they both the Marines had the eyepiece on their helmet, right? That's where Halo got it from.
Yep.
So why don't you use the eyepiece as like your HUD, like integrate it like mod. I've seen mods for Arma 3 that have like Aliens or Halo and they have the eyepiece and they incorporate a HUD through that better. I know I'm kind of just ranting and bitching on this game, but just when you deliver such a good product in Alien Isolation and then you make another Aliens game that looks like this, it's just a reskinned version of another game made by someone else. It's like that's not good. I don't want that. I want the dread and fear that Alien Isolation gives me, except with the added bonus of being able to defend myself properly.
Well, you see, so we've actually decided to address your concerns with the Xenomorph. The Xenomorph itself, we've decided is not an actual Xenomorph. We were making a animatronic Xenomorph for a like a theme park kind of thing. and the AI on the platform went crazy, and so that's what's actually attacking people, not a real xenomorph. There you go.
This is all just an elaborate.
You heard it here first, folks.
This is all just an elaborate attraction. A theme park, yeah, some kind of public attraction based on the xenomorph. But yeah, I want, like, cause the best way to be doing this with, okay, you have the tech with Alien Isolation. Yeah, the graphics can, they're good, but they do show their age a little bit, but not like you have to look for it type thing. But then okay, you use that. But now you give me weapons that can actually take on the Xeno. Okay, but now I can kill the Xeno, right? It's no longer much of a threat if every time I see it, I can just blast it and kill it, right? Before it comes at me. Okay, now you add more Xenos to the mix. And they all each have the intelligence of the one from Alien Isolation. The hunting, intelligence, the knowing where you are, hearing you, seeing you, smelling you out. And the lethality, the speed of
knowing the temperature of your spleen in a moment.
Right. Do aliens even have spleens?
I don't know.
I mean, I think everything has spleens. But yeah, it's like, and then you add that, it's like, okay, now you have, essentially you're playing Alien Isolation, except now you have a pulse rifle, but you still have the fear of Alien Isolation because now instead of one Xeno or two Xenos, you now have a whole nest worth of Xenos. And the facehuggers, and the variants of the Xenos, like the regular drone from Alien Isolation, the warriors from Aliens. You can even do like the Praetorian from like some of the AVP games. And that's the thing is AVP 2010, also known as AVP 3, did this better. And a game that came out in 2010 is doing what a game that's coming out in 2021. Like, it was better then. Because in that game, you had AVP 2010, you played as a Colonial Marine, a Predator, and a Xenomorph. 3 different campaigns, each the same story, but you played as each different species. And with the Colonial Marine side, you're playing first person, you have the motion tracker, the beep, 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 the iconic beeps, the iconic looks, the pulse rifle, the pistols, all the weapons from the movie. And you're going up against the Xenos, and yeah, you're killing them, slaughtering them just as you are here, except it's more frightening because it's first person in darker environments. You have a flashlight to rely on, somewhat. They're super fast. The acid blood hurts you to the point where it can kill you instantly type thing. You don't want them to get close to you at all. And there's that fear that just changes everything because now there's a fear factor. And this is a game, again, that came out 11 years ago. This game is coming out this year, like this summer, I believe. And we already got a better product 11 years ago. More and more, I'm seeing more credits to my behavioral modification theory. And crap. Then on occasion, like in Alien Isolation and a few other games, are rare where it's like, okay, we're actually getting, like, that's innovative. This is an AI that using a dual AI system where one AI knows where you are at all times and knows where the Xenomorph is at all times, and it gives hints to the other AI that runs the motor functions of the Xenomorph itself, and that motor function AI, has a layout of the map and everything, and the AI, the all-knowing AI, kind of gives informations and hints to the other AI that runs the alien in a way that kind of makes it feel like, okay, simulating sense of sight, smell, hearing, sound, stuff like that. And, imagine that, but with several dozen aliens. Another thing, too, is you gotta make ammo scarce. Because otherwise there's no fear, since you just have a shit ton of ammo to just unload into a horde of aliens, right? And if you notice, remember at the end of the movie when they were getting overrun by the aliens in the op center, they were retreating constantly. You know, like
Yup.
unloading on occasion, but focusing more on running because they didn't have a lot of ammo.
They didn't have ammo. They didn't have any actual like heavy ordnance that would really be
No, the
able
best
to.
they had were their pulse rifles, and like 2 flamethrowers. And the flamethrower isn't going to kill the alien; it just scares it off.
It's just kind of like, yeah.
It will kill a facehugger and burn the egg, but it won't kill the alien itself because the alien itself is got like an exoskeleton type shell. You know, like it's got essentially a form of armor. You know, its skin is a lot tougher than ours. Like it doesn't burn. Like
Yeah, if you turn the temperature up high enough, you could probably boil it in its exoskeleton.
I was gonna say that, or you can maybe super intense heat, like a fire of like molten metal or something will burn it. But
yeah,
we're talking like intense heat that you're not gonna have in a handheld weapon.
Yeah.
Like the flamethrower will scare it off.
Or at least like you might need to go and you might need to go and have you like sustain the fire on it for like a minute or something, and it's like that's not really feasible, at least unless you had some kind of like a trap you would set up for it, something like that.
Yeah, just I don't like, and you read the comments here, like I'm gonna read them just because again it gives you a perspective of like what other people think and what people have opinions on the game, and that's a good thing, like you want feedback, right? Like I always say at the end of videos, tell me what if you didn't like the video, tell me why in the comments because I want feedback. It's how do you improve by that you can't solely improve by only your own feedback. Sometimes you need other people's feedback. But here, like,
and sometimes you need aliens.
And sometimes you need aliens feedback. In the film, Aliens, most of the battle scenes are with the humans in retreat, as we just mentioned, running away from the danger. This seems to be the opposite, with the humans in control and the xenomorphs just empty, easy cannon fodder. Guns can help, but you run from xenos and escape. Yeah, exactly what we were just saying. The whole point is you're not like wanting to expend ammo and destroy them. You're trying to survive. You're trying to move on to the next area, or if need be, retreat to the previous area just to get your bearings.
Mostly too, because it's like it's like if, for example, if the Xenos were like fleshy meat bags like we are, and it's like, okay, I put a couple rounds in them, or even okay, I need to put like 30 rounds in them when they go down. Sure, it's like then it would make sense that okay, I'm gonna it's like okay, I've got 10 people on my fire team, or all we all have automatic weapons. Cool, then it would make sense for your people sitting there standing fighting. But it's like when that's not the case, your people would not be standing there fighting. Your people would be, retreating the entire time until you can either ambush it or do something there to where you can actually take it out effectively.
Yep, and here's something. This is an interesting comment right here. So this guy's saying how the devs need to implement environment. I was noticing this too. That like, the acid has like a little bit of a melting effect, but it just looks like it melts the ablative coating of the floor. Like it just melts like the paint off type thing. It's not actually going through the floor. There's no shader effect for that. And this guy's saying like they should at least make something so it looks like it actually melts through the floor. And then this guy adds and players. And then this guy goes, xenomorph acid blood eats through floors and bulkheads, and these Marines are shooting heavy weapons at aliens on a friggin' space station. And that's something
it's
clever
like
about aliens.
Which would mean you would quickly depressurize.
You'd explosively depressurize the station and kill yourself. And not the aliens, because they can survive the vacuum of space.
Yeah, which
like they don't need air, they don't need pressure, they just survive. The perfect organism indeed. It's and like that, and that's just the thing. To applaud James Cameron with Aliens. Like, that's clever. Set it on the planet surface instead. This way, you're not like, oh, well, won't they melt the bulkhead like in Alien 1, or in Alien, where the acid blood started melting through the med bay, and then immediately Dallas, the captain's like, "Oh shit, everyone! We gotta trace that before it burns through the fucking hole." You know, it's like that was his first comment. Like, "Oh shit, it's gonna burn through the hole." And they managed to see that. Okay, it stopped after what was it, like 7 floors
Something like that.
of a
Yeah.
spaceship, of a commercial starship. It's like that's 7 floors, bulkheads and all, and it's like, holy shit, that's molecular acid. You know, like this stuff is dangerous. Like we saw it melt. It completely melted. That Marine guy, the chick's friend. You know,
Yeah.
the Marine chick's friend. I'm blanking on the names. I'm sorry, but it completely melted that guy, and it's like no, and then like they had to leave him, and she didn't want to leave him.
Either way, it shows a lack of attention to detail on the xenomorph and what kind of a threat they would actually be. In my opinion. In my opinion.
And I'm seeing one of the consistent things in this comment, like every other comment, is the big red X needs to go, or the red X that pops up when the enemy dies needs to go. Stuff like that. Player looks stiff animation. I don't care about that, especially if it's in first person. It wouldn't matter. You see it from you see your buddies, and when you're in first person looking at them, but that's not the point. The point is, whatever. Who in God's name signed off on the big red X when the alien get killed?
Not the lights.
And just the lights and.
I was making a Doctor Who reference, but.
Oh, yeah.
If anyone else gets it.
I'm not the red X is bad, but I don't like the outline of the alien, or your allies for that matter. Because the whole point is, first of all, if you notice during the gameplay, one of the guys walked right in front of and through his buddy's fire.
No damage.
No damage. Literally, there's no contact. It was clipping through. There's no physical entities. It's almost like you're walking. You can walk through players and it doesn't matter. There's no physical contact there. I'm trying to find the clip, but I noticed it the first time I watched it, and it's
even if there's not friendly fire, it still stop the rounds.
My thought exactly when I watched that for the first time, I'm like, man, if this was me playing and I just walked in front of Cam's fire, I would just get yelled at. Dude, what the fuck's your problem?
Well, it's to do because it's if I were to sustain that fire. Then
she just unloading a fucking smart gun, the giant LMG type gun that the Marines had in Aliens.
Yeah.
And the dude just walks right in front of why? That I don't and I can understand internet thing, blah blah blah, because I doubt these guys are playing split screen. It seems like they're playing on separate machines, which is probably why it's 3-player co-op only. It's not 4, just 3. The AI looks subpar, and that's the most important thing for an Alien game, aside from sound and atmosphere. Looks incredibly boring. This is what zero innovation looks like. Thank you. It is zero innovation. This is literally just World War Z. For anyone who doesn't know, World War Z is pretty much a zombie game where it's the exact same thing. You can deploy shit, you have weapons, and you're just unloading against hordes of zombies.
Or it's
and they're running
now the idea of deploying shit is kind of interesting, just because as Marines you would likely have
gear,
equipment that you could deploy. That being said, it should not be particularly effective against the xenomorphs, just because these things are alien creatures that have come out of fucking space to essentially fuck your day up. You wouldn't likely have stuff that would just be especially efficient against these things. It just wouldn't happen.
These comments are savage. This game ain't gonna make it, and for good reason, I think. People. I mean, look, myself. I see shit. I'm gonna call it out, and I rather be proved wrong than be
all hyped up. And
I rather be proved wrong in that it's actually good, even though I thought it was going to be shit, than this looks cool and then turns out to be shit. I'd rather be wrong in the former rather than the latter. A space marine with a man bun? We're doomed. So we have to remove the red cross. Put some Among Us features where aliens can disrupt your communications or shut down the power within the map
Oh,
and players
God.
can restore them. That would be cool, especially like whether that's like asymmetrical players play as the alien, the xenomorph, which by the way, AVP 2010 has an online game mode where you play as Marines and then you have like 2 players as a xenomorph and 1 player as a predator. A game from 2010 is already better than the game coming out this year.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
No, and that's the problem. Behavior modification. Dev, who's he going after? Alien mini boss passes Dev. Alien, yeah, these other guys seem quite tasty and easier than the guy with the big gun.
The problem is these days people just don't want to innovate.
Yeah. This looks cool, but what we really need is a sequel to Isolation. And here's the problem. We already got a sequel to Alien Isolation in a fucking $5 mobile game. Fuck that, man. Which means we're never... Unfortunately, the lore is kind of already written in stone. Like, we know that... from Aliens, we know that Ripley's daughter married some guy and had a happy ending or whatever type thing. Like she died in old age type thing. But she's already dead by the events of Aliens, I think. Just old age due to the fact it was like 57 years later. So, but like that doesn't mean she could have had more alien adventures between then and there, right? And even so, like who's to say Alien Isolation 2 has to follow Amanda Ripley? You can make a new character. Or it doesn't have to be Alien Isolation 2. It can just be a completely different game that reuses the assets and the AI and adds new mechanics, new items, new characters, and maybe a predator.
Whoa, wait. New characters? Get out of here.
I know, right? Fuck off with that nonsense.
Yeah.
Jokes aside, this game just can't be the same over and over again, right? Oh, you innocent child.
This game can't just be the same over and over, right? Like, what is sort of you want?
That is kind of funny. Aliens should be more aggressive and smarter. Yeah. You can go solo. We'll give you bots. I'm sold. Remember this Ryan dude was the one giving Alien Isolation a 5.9 score. I guess the Ryan dude is the IGN guy. Whatever. Let's read some of these comments because these are some pretty good. How do you keep it fresh and make sure that players come back? There are multiple difficulties. Whoa, say no more.
Like, wow, it's not like that hasn't been a thing of games since the 80s.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You really need some welding of doors, vents, etc., like in the natural selection. Or like in the fucking movie. Anyone else just want them to remake the old
Looking
AVP
at like the
games
OG stuff for inspiration, can't do that.
Yeah, right. And this is a comment that, like, good but bad at the same time. And that's because remake right here. I hate that everything's being remade instead of just new games, Like, oh, we're remaking Resident Evil 2. Why don't you just make a new Resident Evil? Well, they are making a new Resident Evil, but, like, say, they're remaking this game, remaking that game. It's like, why not just make a new game? Like, like...
That might involve risk and actually having to think a bit.
Yeah, right? That's the problem. They don't want to do anything that's risky. Even though risky usually ends up being successful.
Well, not always, but
not
it's like
always, not always, but
it would still be better to do that.
Johnny Cash, I think, is just the epitome of risk equals success. But anyone else just want them to remake the old AVP games that were on the PC, and then they go in Alien Isolation 2, and this guy says no, for good reason. And then this guy brings up the AVP game 2010, which is amazing. I actually have it. I've never played it, but I have it, and I need to... And this guy's counting this one's epic with the 3 campaigns. Porting over AVP to current gen consoles and next gen consoles, or just remaster it, remake it. I don't know, but what the difference is, so any of them would be great. AVP 2010 sequel and remake of AVP Extinction. That's all I'm asking for. Where's the? I remember reading this, and one of these guys here. Ugh, what's with the remake trend? Just a new AVP4 game, please.
Nope, can't do
Yeah.
that. The problem is
that's the
game
thing,
companies
like,
have
you want-
stagnated. Really, that's what it is. They've
Yeah,
stagnated.
they stagnate.
They are
and
unwilling
then
or unable to make a new
they
product. And when they
stagnate,
do,
revert.
it's shit.
They stagnate, they revert, and then they bring back the features that they reverted from, and then say it's innovation, and then it's like everyone rolls over, shows their
And then
bellies,
it's
like,
and then
"Oh,
it's still
amazing."
shit. And then it's still shit.
It is still shit. Like, look at Cyberpunk was all about like innovation. Look at the crowd tech and NPCs. And look, we both played the game. We both haven't finished it. We both played the game. And I'm sorry, but what's innovative? What's there that I haven't seen in another game?
It's like, I mean, there's some like maybe some of the tech is interesting, but in terms of
No,
the gameplay
I'm not trying
effects
to like
of
shit
it,
on Cyberpunk in that regard. Like, oh, everything in it's bad. I'm just saying like
no,
what's
but
innovative.
just in terms of the
what in
gameplay
the game
effects
is
of this
new
tech,
and never
it
been done before.
feels generic.
Yeah, what I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to bring up in that what within Cyberpunk 2077 or a lot of games really is new and has never been done before, and that's why I believe in Star Citizen. That's why I support the project, because it is doing that. It is innovating, truly innovating.
Like literally everything about it. They're like, hey, and it's not only just like, hey, we're doing these back-end systems, but hey, we're going to be going and having these back-end systems affect you, the player. So it's like you yourself, you're going to, for example, hey, I don't believe they have it in right now, but they're like, hey, the actual solar systems that you're in, bearing in mind there's going to be several systems you can go to, the planets are all going to be going and orbiting the sun. The moons and the stations are going to be orbiting the planets. They don't have it right now because of the spine tech.
I was going to say right now we don't have orbits, but we do have rotations. We do have the actual celestial bodies.
They are spinning, but they are spinning in place right now.
Yes, but they're not. But my point is the giant in-game 600 or in some cases 1,000-kilometer in diameter celestial bodies, these full-on planets and moons that you are standing on, are physically rotating in the game as you're standing on them. That is how they have day-night cycles. Yes, they're not orbiting each other and actually physically moving within the world, but they are still moving. And like in other games, if you're like, I know from game development, I'm not a developer obviously, but I know like from seeing development and watching people like actually develop games live and talking with people about it that are developers. Sometimes when you're playing with moving objects, you tend to get launched off or fall through, or you're not moving with it, and all sorts of other glitches like that because it's difficult. Yet here in Star Citizen, they did it seamlessly and perfectly, and that's just the tip of the fucking iceberg.
Like really, that's
literally.
Like they I think they had that in from day one for the planets. They had
it was in day one of 3.0 when they first introduced planetary bodies that you can go to from space to the surface of that planet, or moon rather, because we first only had moons. Also, this comet is absolutely savage. This looks worse than Colonial Marines. Ouch. Talk about burn. That's a molecular acid burn right there. Alien isolation. 1 alien, very frightening. Aliens fire team. Only 10 aliens in this room. Like, only 10?
Let's fucking go, boys! What?
That's all. Like that line almost like reminded me of Optimus Prime. Like, only 4 Decepticons, Megatron. From the old cartoons. Oh no, it's a boss. It's okay. It just rolled past him. HUD is hideously invasive. Takes immersion out of the game. Yeah. Like, again, I think the HUD is just busy. It's too busy and too all over. Like, it's all over, And again, like, I'm not saying busy. Like, there's a difference between busy and detailed. This HUD was busy. Halo 4 was detailed. And keep in mind, I hate Halo 4, but there are things from Halo 4 that I do like. The HUD being one of them. It was in Halo ODST and 3 and Reach also had detailed HUDs.
How dare you?
Like the HUD, like, okay, you're in a helmet, so naturally, your helmet would have a detailed HUD. You'd see all sorts of shit on it. You'd have compass on the top. You'd have, your ammo stuff and all sorts of, like, markers on saying like, okay, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5, like, depending on distance type thing.
Marker, I barely even know her.
Meter. Well, that's why you meter. That was like 2,000 xenomorphs. The hive must be massive and overwhelmingly rancid.
Don't ask what.
Players look a little slow. Okay, read that. We've got a spitter out there, Eric. Drake, we are leaving. World War Z aliens. Yeah, pretty much. This game feels like it's going to be very short. It's going to be very short.
Or even, I mean, you could just as easily, too, be like, hey, this is set in the universe of Alien, but we have these new creatures we're introducing. They aren't quite as big of a threat as the Alien. However, they're still a major threat, and you're going to take...
I liked that from... That was some of the stuff that I thought was interesting from like other previous Alien games. Like, even Colonial Marines, like, they introduced new alien variants, where it's like, you got this spitter or whatever, like, it actually spits acid at you. It's like, that's cool.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I mean... No,
and it's like, it could just be something completely unrelated to the alien. It could just be some other random-ass life form.
It's not the xenomorph, like the drone from Alien, or the warrior type from Aliens, which are pretty much the same, except the warriors have little ridges on their head, but otherwise they're the exact same design and purpose. But like, they actually serve a different, they actually do have a different thing. Like, okay, the warriors, I think, actually have like sharper talons versus the whatchamface, the drones, right? And obviously they're more agile and nimble based on aliens versus alien, right? They're scaling walls and shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's that ability difference there. And we know that they evolve because, and again, I keep going back to this game because this game did it right. Both Alien Isolation, but AVP 2010, from like a Colonial Marines, Aliens type frame of reference here in a video game. In AVP 2010, the xenomorph that you play as at the end of the game evolves into a queen. And you start out as like a drone. Like the drone, like the type of alien from the first movie. Like, so they do evolve over time. That's like, they eventually become a warrior, and then they go like Praetorian with the giant headpiece, but they're not a queen yet. And it's like, yeah, they each have different abilities. Yeah, sure, they have like your acid spitter, which I guess would be the equivalent of they're spitting. They bit their tongue and spit blood at you, but whatever. They're fucking the whole point. At least going a little bit off topic here, but the whole point of the Alien franchise to me was. Like the metaphor behind it, the metaphor behind the franchise was, it's a physical it's in the form of entertainment, but it's like the metaphorical representation of the unknown and how frightening the unknown can be. Like space is a vast place. We don't know what's out there, and because we don't know, what we don't know can be very dangerous. And that's kind of what that, what the alien represents, at least to me. And here you're kind of just making it like and that's what I love about Alien Isolation, is Alien Isolation embodied that very well, like almost perfectly in that game. And here you're just having essentially just running zombies on, like, quadruped zombies running at you. Right? Yeah. That's pretty much what you're getting. Yeah, everyone's pissed at the Red X. I'm surprised I'm not seeing a lot of complaints about the outlines, though. Because, again, to me, that the whole point is the aliens. Remember in the second movie, right? In Aliens, they go to the hive, and they're picking up movement, but they don't see them. They're not. The eyepieces that they have are like infrared, right? Like they have. It's the equivalent of having like an infrared scope or anything, but in a little tiny holographic eyepiece or like physical eyepiece, whatever it is, the lens. And I'm not even picking anything up because they're blending in with the environment and they don't show up on infrared. And that's what makes it scary, Like, and I get scared. I kind of get like uneasy at times playing in isolation in certain environments because sometimes I think, oh crap, that's not the alien, just some pipes. Thank God,
Yeah.
And that's the whole point. It's like if you have an outline around the alien, it completely takes that away. It takes away the fear because you know where it is. It's being highlighted for you.
Which, again, it's like that shouldn't happen.
And here, this guy's
like,
actually saying,
you
like,
need
you know,
to have
less...
that, like, for it to be an actual alien game kind of thing.
This guy's actually making the comment I just made, where, you know, remove the highlight and red X on marker on aliens. Motion tracker needs to be, I assume he meant like an equipment, right, type thing, not on your HUD. Though I understand it being on the HUD. If it takes place post Aliens, like the post movie, that's fine if it's on the HUD. But otherwise, yeah, make it like Alien Isolation, where you have to pull it up. Because especially since, again, you're playing a co-op, you know, AVP had it as a HUD.
Oh, and that would make sense. It's like, hey, I'm going to move it over here. Oh, over here? No, over here.
Well, here's the thing.
Like,
this is what I was getting into, is that in AVP 2010, it's a first-person game. It's a single-player game, you know, single-player campaign. So it makes sense for it to be on your HUD. But in a co-op game, you can, again, make use of the fact that it's a co-op game. You know, make use of the fact that it's okay. That means one of your guys can be your motion tracker guy, can be your Hudson. Like, I'm getting movement, man. You know, like you're not reading it right. It's like maybe you're not reading it right. Like, I'm reading it right. No, maybe you're not reading it right. You know, it's like that whole thing. Like, you have your motion tracker guy, because especially with a game where you have classes and shit, that would make more sense. Again,
hell yeah,
make use of your assets as best you can, right? If you're doing co-op, make use of that, and that, okay, you have to have the motion tracker be... I can understand, okay, every class has the motion tracker. Fine. I would say have it be to specific classes, if not a single class. That way
you still have one guy in the squad.
That way you have the guy with the motion tracker going, you know, but that's the point, is one guy or two guys have it. Not everyone has it, or even if everyone has it, you're not all using it at the same time, because
not
you have to pull it up.
Around with it out.
Yeah, because you have to pull it up, and it means putting your gun away, or at the very least, you're not aiming your gun or whatever.
Yeah,
but it means like in Alien Isolation, you have to pull it up, and that means you have a guy, you know, reading the motion tracker as you're kind of protecting him and all that. And again, that's playing into the co-op thing again, whereas now that guy is essentially unarmed, you have to protect him, but he's giving you extremely important intel on the location of the enemy.
No, we can't do that.
Darker environments, agreed. More environment interaction, welding doors, etc. Better AI mapping, first-person mode. Yeah, that right there is pretty much better than what we're getting here. 21 years later, and AVP 1999 still has the only version of this that actually feels like it should. I don't know. Again, AVP 2010 did a good job. It's pretty much those AVP games, but in modern day graphics. Well, modern day in 2010 graphics, like 360 graphics. Vasquez, that was the Marine chick name. Hey Vasquez, have you ever been mistaken for a man? No, have you? We got some people just quoting the movie here, which is awesome. It's giving me Anthem vibe, Dead on Arrival. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. But again, it's just
amusing news too with Anthem. So apparently they have confirmed, for those who might not have heard. I don't remember if we covered that.
We did.
Yeah,
twice.
I think we covered it in the video. But
we did twice.
They essentially have killed Anthem's big update that they were going to do in favor of putting their teams on the new Mass Effect and Dragon Age. So ironic, they killed Mass Effect Andromeda for Anthem, which died on arrival, and now they're killing off Anthem for the new Mass Effect, which is probably going to die on arrival too.
It's like Death the Black Racer or whatever, right? It's like, you know, just going from one game, killing it to the next, into the... Damn.
I mean, that's EA for you.
Yeah. Wow, that's just sad.
Can't say I'm surprised.
No, I'm not. And that, again, that's not a good thing either, but what are you going to do?
Destroy all humans?
Destroy all humans, indeed. That was another game that got a remake. Although, understandably, from what but I don't know. Like, again, I think certain games do deserve and need a remake. Like, you know, take a game from the 90s, or maybe even like the early 2000s, like before 2003 type thing. Fine. But
as soon as I call the games that get remakes are the ones that couldn't have remakes.
But like why are you making remakes when you can just make sequels that are
That would take effort.
but that'll take effort and creativity and writing and voice acting and
yeah, geez. I mean, come on. Like, you want us to actually work for our money? Come on. Just
I
give
honestly
money.
cannot tell if this is sarcasm. WoW Alpha looks amazing. Can't wait to see the final product. I genuinely cannot tell.
We'll find out.
We'll find out shortly when the game comes out this summer. This looks janky as hell, and the 2-minute 17-second mark was a very underwhelming alien introduction.
Look, have you ever asked what the aliens think of you?
There. You got him, Craig.
They think you are
So right
crunchy
now,
and taste good with ketchup. For the record.
Yeah, the xenomorph. When two xenomorphs walk across a human. Hey, pet me the Grey Poupon. Hey, grab some Grey Poupon. I found a snack.
Crunchy.
Yeah, and everything's better with Grey Poupon. Aliens, Horde Mode Fire Team. I've heard people also compare this to Gears of War 5's Horde Mode. Which, for an Aliens game, is not good. Because, again, Gears, you're supposed to feel powerful and just mowing down whatever the fuck they are. I don't know much about Gears.
Locust.
I know a lot about Gears in terms of, like, the game and what type of game it is, but...
They were called
thank
Locust.
you, yeah. Like, you're supposed to be mowing those things down, like, every one bullet per, 1,700, right? Like, you're supposed to be mowing them down and all that sort of stuff. But here, the alien, again, is supposed to be intelligent and intimidating and just straight up, like, horrifying. Terrifying, Like, I'm going to show off some AVP 2010 gameplay just for some comparison. Before I do, I'm just going to continue with they did a character class walkthrough. By the way, if any of you are in the Discord server, I linked these videos to the Discord server last night or yesterday, I believe. So whenever it was, I think it's definitely Friday.
A good friend of mine once said.
But yeah, they show up the classics here. I'm just gonna mute it and. I guess behind the scenes looks right. But yeah, this alien game just looks very, very underwhelming. Again, been there, done that. Look. Like here's campaign, the Marine campaign gameplay from AVP 2010 right here. You got the motion tracker on your HUD because again it's a single player game, so you don't have the co-op to take advantage of where you can actually have like aliens movie scene recreations with co-op type thing. So understandable, for gameplay perspective, it makes sense and it works better that way. But this is just like the beginning of the game. You got a pistol, which looks just like the pistol from Aliens. And here, look at the lighting here. Like, look at this. Like, first of all, first person, very low field of view, low lighting. You have to rely on your flashlight. Look at the HUD too. HUD's very minimal. And here's an ad, so I'm going to go back to this real quick.
In front of you and basically big laugh.
Hey everybody, Ryan McCaffrey with IGN back for more with Aliens Fire Team. It is our IGN first game, IGN's cover story, as it were, for the month of March. We're covering it all month long. We had a 25-minute gameplay video that went up already. You may have seen that. Now we are going to dig into a couple of the character classes that you have available to you. And I'm joined by Chris Matz, the lead systems and combat designer. Chris, thanks for being here.
Hey, Ryan. Thanks for having me. It's awesome to be here.
So, Chris, you're going to walk us through a couple of the character classes you've got.
I will say, I'm noticing that the aliens actually blow apart when you kill them, and that is really cool. Especially with like a powerful shotgun or some kind of higher powered weapon, heavy weapon, makes sense. They are strong. You can blow apart an alien. It's just, you're going to get a lot of acid everywhere.
Several in the game. Which two are we taking a look at today?
We're going to be looking at the gunner and the technician today.
Brilliant. Well, let's start with the gunner. That's who I got to play, so you got to see that in action a bit in that 25-minute gameplay video. So what do players need to know first and foremost about the gunner before we get
also, I'm going to be
into
showing
kind
off AVP
the nitty-gritty details
while they
of the
talk about
gunner's
the
skills and
classic
abilities?
thing from Fire.
Sure. So the gunner is kind of the
team.
classic colonial marine
So that
that everybody thinks of.
an alien
just
encounter
tons of firepower.
Bring in now 11-year-old
frequently a nice, strong assault rifle. And some close quarter weapons as well, so that they can handle a lot of situations. They've got a grenade. They've got
there's
an
an alien.
clock. They're going to do all sorts.
Look
of
how he's
stuff
desperately trying to kill it before it gets to him.
And how can
lighting?
A big thing with the game
outline.
here is that you can level things up over time. It's part of the motivation to keep coming back and playing. How can the gunner improve over time? What are some sort of specific examples there?
So the perk system for the gunner really lets the gunner focus on either of their two main abilities or spread some stuff out for both of them. You can improve your overclock ability, which makes it so everybody on your team can shoot faster, basically, and a couple other things going on there too. And then you've also got your grenade, which starts as a default, handheld grenade, and you throw it and it explodes. There's a couple of different upgrades for the grenade specifically that let you drastically change how that ability and specific works. One, the incendiary burst changes it so that you just release it right in front of you and basically big blast of fire right in front of the character. Or you can use your remote detonator version where you toss the grenade, it sticks in a spot, and then you can push the button again to detonate it when you want to. So you can either get a more immediate in-my-face ability or take something that allows you to have a little more strategic planning with that remote detonator.
I don't know if we can, if there's anything we can kind of drill into here on the loadout screen. There we go. So let's see some of these perks. If you want to walk through these, that'd be great.
Sure. So you've got a whole bunch of different perks here. You can see the different colors right now. Some of these are universal perks that we're calling them, where they can be used by any kit. So once you've unlocked them on, say, the gunner, you can take that perk over to your technician and be able to level up all the kits that way and get a little bit of cross-kit gameplay going on. So I've got rapid deployment here. Can go to either of my abilities and basically reduce the cooldown so I can use that more often. And then, like I mentioned, I've got remote detonator or incendiary burst. I can slot that on my grenade, and that'll actually change my ability out in game. So the base grenade will be replaced with the incendiary burst version. You're going to get to change
this grid
perks, and you get more. You'll be able to W's, handguns, and heavy weapons. Setting up to when it blows multiples of these ones out, and each one.
So I'm just skipping through this because I just want to show off the gameplay here and show off the kind of what you're gonna just pretty much everything that I can about this game. Again, you can watch these videos on your own just because they're really not that long. Again, the gameplay one is 25 minutes and there's not really much in terms of dialogue that's necessary. You can just have that on the background while you're listening to something else or whatever. But this one is more important in terms of what they're actually talking about. It's only 10 minutes long, so I'm just gonna show off the gameplay that's relevant here. And it's they're, the placement thing. Yeah, it makes sense. Because you don't, if you're trying to fortify a spot, you don't want them to come near you, right? The whole point is once they break into your zone, that means okay, that's not good. We got to retreat because you can't hold them off that way. In close quarters, the aliens are superior and will slaughter you. But here, they're talking upgrade tabs and all that, and I'm sure it'll be fine. Look, here's the thing: I'm sure this game will be fun. I guess, I'm sure it'll be decent in the same regards as World War Z, but that's not what people are looking for with an aliens game.
Details.
Details are important, man. Like also, like there's this little tiny guy just like slashing him to bits as he's shooting another alien.
We're gonna beat an alien with another alien.
Imagine just holding an alien by the tail and just whacking another alien with it. It'd be like that scene in Monty Python Search for the Holy Grail. You just have that old lady smacking a cat against a wall, like by the tail. Holy Grails. But yeah, I got nothing else on this topic. It sucks. It doesn't. It's very uninteresting. Very just stagnatingly boring. It's very, very bright. Which, I mean, look, from a... Like, again, I'm not trying to, knock on the art style. The art style actually looks good. It's just the HUD and the UI and the lighting is detrimental to it, I think. Like, it's not working in its favor, it's working against it.
Details.
Again, details are important, man.
What?
I think that's it for that topic. So moving on, what was the next topic? Our favorite, Cam. We got an update on the Epic versus Apple versus Google thing.
Oh god.
So, just a brief summary on what's going on here. For anyone who doesn't know, Epic, guys that make Fortnite, they had Epic on they had Fortnite on the phone, the Apple iPhone and the Google, the Android or whatever, right? The Google Play Store and Apple App Store.
Yeah.
And Apple and Google take 30% of any profit made from in-app purchases, and Epic circumvented that by making a third-party direct pay method so people can pay them directly and they get 100% of the profits, Apple and Google not seeing anything. And because of this, because this breaks their terms of service and breaks their terms of service contract with Apple and Google, took the Fortnite app off the App Store and Google Play Store, respectively, and then Apple decided to sue them for antitrust lawsuits and for doing monopolistic practices, which is absurd because that's exactly what Epic is doing. But now it's...
How dare you do what we do to other people to us?
Yeah. But here, this is the update, and I'm sure they kind of briefly go.
And in this case, they're even wrong. Like it's not even actually monopolistic. It's like, look, you broke our terms of service.
Here's the thing. I was talking to my mother yesterday about this, and the reason because she actually does business for work. She runs a bottling plant, so she does she knows business, that type of logistical stuff, and having to negotiate with people. And when I asked her about this, she'd go like, "Well, why don't they're complaining about monopolistic practices? Why don't they just make their own thing? That's what I did. Like I instead of relying on other people, I went on my way to do my because that's what she did. Like she used to rely on other people for bottling. Like she works on saucing sauces and stuff. Like she runs a company that makes sauces, and they used to outsource their bottling, and now they do their own bottling. And that's the thing is, if you're complaining about monopolistic practices, instead of just going after the people who own the platform that you're complaining about why not make your own platform?
So that would make too much sense.
And add variety to the market. That way there's less... Because that's the thing is, right now, there really is just Apple and Google. So it's not so much monopolistic. It is a little bit... it is monopolistic in a way, but there's nothing else really to go to. Sure, you have some other phones here and there with their own software and stuff, but I mean... In terms of apps and stuff, they still rely on Google, and that's the thing is, no one else. I don't see anyone else making their own app store. Why don't you do that? And stop
that
bitching.
takes work and effort, and instead we're just going to sue people.
And they can't even do it on the fucking PC to compete with Steam. So I don't. But anyway, I'm just going to read this article. I know we weren't going to do read articles, but this one's pretty short, and I want they go into nice detail here in a very short thing. But Epic Games takes legal action against Google in Australia. So last we heard about the story is Epic won a suit. They got a bill passed in Arizona against Apple and Google to allow for third-party payment methods in Arizona and for apps and businesses in Arizona. And we were covering it. It was the coalition of App Fairness.
This is some bullshit.
Which is hilarious because it's run. It was founded and run by like Spotify and Epic and Match.
A bunch of
multi-billion-dollar companies that do the
fairness.
exact same thing that Apple and Google do. It's like, which is why I just did the Galvatron. This is bad comedy because it is. But yeah, Apple lays complaint in ongoing campaign against mobile giants, claims Google restrictions violate Australian customer law. Epic has filed yet another legal complaint against Google, this time in Australia. The Fortnite developer filed it with the federal court in Australia, accusing Google of contravening the Australian Consumer Law and the Competition of Consumer Act. And I'm only saying consumer this time around because those are the actual names of these laws, and I agree with them, but whatever. With its near monopoly on app distribution and payments. And though, yeah, it does have a near monopoly because there are no other app distribution and payment methods. Make your own, and maybe we won't have this problem.
Or just
if I knew how to do, if I had the know-how,
you're using.
If I had the technical know-how, I would just to shut these people up and kind of show them, like, kind of tell them off and go, hey, look, I did what you guys keep complaining about, all just by making another platform. It's like but I don't know how to do that, so I can't. But if someone else does know how to do that, make your own goddamn app distribution and everything like that, and we don't have this problem. Hey, Data, you actually just came in time. We're talking about the ongoing legal battle between Epic Games, Apple, and Google.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
The filing is the latest expansion of Epic's ongoing case against both Google and Apple. Actually, wait, before we continue, we just finished with with the Aliens Fire Team thing. You and I were talking about that Thursday night. But what are your thoughts on that game? Because we were just watching some of the gameplay.
I watched a little bit of IGN's video.
Yeah.
Some of that first mission, and I have to say I'm unimpressed. It doesn't have any of the feel that I would expect from a Aliens game. There's no horror aspect. It's just you stand there and you shoot aliens that run at you.
Yep.
Okay. And they briefly talked about like the class system, and I'm not really a fan of that either. I think they should just have equipment in the game, and then a character can only use so many items. So if you're going to play with teammates, then it's better to spread things around. So it's not like class specific. It's more like this is the things that you need to take with you, and you got to decide who's going to do what.
So Cam and I were just talking about how, like, what if, because it's a co-op game, take advantage of that. Take advantage of your assets, right? And
yeah.
Okay, you have a co-op game. Have the motion tracker be something. It's not a HUD element, but you have to physically, like in Alien Isolation, you have to actually utilize it as like equipment.
Right. Yeah.
And because it's co-op, you can have it be like, because in a single player game, yeah, make it a HUD thing, because obviously it's going to be too detrimental to the gameplay and the overall experience. But with co-op, you can have one guy kind of being like Hudson, and Vasquez, reading off the motion tracker as the other guys are kind of covering him. Because that's the thing is, if it's a co-op game, make it a co-op game. Make it focused on teamwork and on, if you're not working as a team, you're gonna have a different experience versus working together. That's otherwise why you're playing together. That's not.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, you have the guy holding the motion tracker while the other two are armed with weapons and all that, and that would be better. Obviously, make it first person because that would increase the horror factor. Get rid of the fucking highlights around the aliens. The HUD is way too busy.
Look in the chat.
What?
The Discord or the
server issue.
all chat.
No, look at the name.
I'm like looking at the turret. Like, what's wrong with the turret?
Mm-hmm.
That is again. That's hilarious.
Anyway,
That is a good name, though. That is a good name.
I don't think the game's gonna last very long.
No.
Honestly, I think it'll probably a lot of people play it. It'll be fun for a little while, and they'll be like, it's not that great. It's pretty shallow.
Pretty much every game that's come out in the past 8 years.
Well, it's a World War Z knockoff, pretty much.
Yeah, it's basically a run-through game where there's enemies a wave game, like enemy waves, with the alien name slapped on it. There's nothing about it that I felt
World War Z aliens reskin.
Yeah, other than the name and maybe some of the guns or equipment, it doesn't have anything that I feel is
like I had said
associated
before,
with
was if they were to go and replace the aliens, replace them with some other unknown life form, and it's in the universe of aliens, here's blah.
Yeah,
that would fit so much better.
Yeah, well, and it's just
the funny thing is they could replace those characters with whatever, and it would be a completely different game.
They're kind of already doing that. They're replacing the zombies from World War Z with xenomorphs. Instead of running at you, they're quadruped running at you.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look entertaining to me.
Like I said, it might be fun, but it's not an aliens game. It's fun in the same way that World War Z would be fun. And the difference there is World War Z. Yeah, it's it's a zombie game. You're getting hordes of zombies to fight at. It's like Gears of War 5. You're getting hordes of locusts to fight at. You're just mowing them down. It's like a power.
The funny thing is, in the demo that I saw, if you were killing that many aliens, you wouldn't be able to walk anywhere because there would be acid and
blood.
holes.
We were reading the comments of the videos, and someone mentioned they're on a space station with heavy weapons shooting aliens, and the molecular acid blood should be melting holes through the station. That would kill them. That would kill everyone.
There should be no safe place to walk in there.
Yeah. Well, that's again. The problem too is I mentioned that when you have a game like Alien Isolation that raises the bar in terms of quality for an alien game or aliens game, anything that misses that bar is now just going to be moot. You've set a bar, you now have to abide by that. With Alien Isolation, what that game did is now, if any alien game that doesn't come even close to it is not going to succeed.
Honestly, when I was watching the video, I thought what I was thinking of is that they just don't have a big enough team, or they don't have the time to create the technology required to make it an alien game. It feels a lot like some of the projects that I've been involved with, where you start out with this grand idea, and then as you start hammering out what you can do and what you can't do, all the features that really make it an alien game have to be cut out because you don't have the time or the ability to implement them the way they need to be done.
We were also comparing it to the AVP 2010 game that does it better, and it came out 11 years ago. Because in AVP 2010, you play as a colonial marine as one of the campaigns, and it's from a first-person perspective. Minimal HUD, the only thing on your HUD is your ammo, and your motion tracker. And it's first person perspective, low FOV, low lighting, and yet you can melee, but it's more like a stun versus a damage dealer. It's kind of like if you're reloading, you melee to stun the alien real quick so that you can reload and then continue unloading into it.
Oh, just to give you some space to kind of back off.
It's essentially like a time buffer, yeah. Yeah, it's a time buffer so that you can have time to reload.
Well, I mean, melee would make sense if it was purely a stun mechanic, something to go and be like, okay, it's way too close, but if I bop him on the nose, or the equivalent, then it goes and just stops for a half second, giving me enough time to backpedal and get the fuck away.
Right. But yeah, And again, I haven't played AVP 2010 yet. I do have it now, finally, but I haven't played it yet.
The idea behind the AVP games was really awesome to me, but
yeah.
the
Well, I was just
the
talking about
bullet
the
speed
Marine,
just really ruined it.
the Marine campaign specifically. In AVP 2010, is just it does what this game's trying to do, but so much better than 11 years ago. On two console generations, like two console generations ago, because it came out on the 360.
Yeah, I really think it's just an inexperienced team that's making it, because like it doesn't, when you look at it, it doesn't have a lot of I don't know
Variety.
what I would consider really quality looking graphics. A lot of the animations are kind of janky. The girl character with the machine gun, sometimes when she would reload it or whatever, her arm would twist in a really awkward way because the gun has a fixed animation and the arm is just kind of snapping to it.
This is why I wanted to hear your opinion, though, because you actually do work on games. So.
I mean, it's a game. You could probably have fun with your friends, but I wouldn't
Right, but
expect
it's not an
that you're
Aliens
going to
game.
have more than a few hours of fun, because
It's not. It
the
doesn't have
scope
the fear.
and what you can do.
Like, as I was telling Cam, the whole point of Aliens is you notice, like especially towards the end of the film, is they're constantly retreating from the.
Yeah, the AI is very simple.
You want to keep these things at much more than arm's length. Because first of all, if you kill them in close quarters, the acid blood splatter is going to kill you, or at the very least cripple you. And I understand from a gameplay perspective, like, okay, it does damage instead or whatever, but like, again, it's a co-op game specifically, so you should, again, take advantage of that. Make it where it's like, okay, you take 2 hits or 1 acid splash or whatever, and you're down, but your teammates can heal you or revive you or whatever. However, that means they're now out of the fight to help you, and like, it's only 3-player co-op from what they said, so that means that's one guy alone defending a horde, protecting his buddies, and that's kind of like incentive to, like, okay, don't get hit, be careful, and that just adds to the fear.
I'd be interested to know what their internal age group target was for this game, because I know we've kind of talked about this in regards to some movies that we don't agree. I mean, that we think were not that great. Wonder Woman,
yeah,
1984 specifically. So, I mean, maybe the target audience are just younger people who wouldn't notice these problems.
Right, because they probably didn't either see the movie or because that's not the the whole point of Aliens supposed to be scary. It's the unknown and what's frightening about it.
Yeah, but I mean, if you have a younger target audience,
then you can sell to more.
Yeah, you can sell more to them, and they're not going to notice all the little quirks that someone who's been gaming for a while, or just someone who is older and more mature would notice and say, "Nah, that doesn't look that much fun on."
Right, but and I know sometimes, like, especially as a fan of something, and this isn't just me; it's a lot of people do this sometimes, and it's like we critique something to the point where it's like we wanted it to be like specifically made for mega fans of something, but from experience, I know that that's not always the case. Take the Batman Arkham games. Yeah, those games really appeal to, like, the Batman mega fans like myself, but it also appeals to just a casual Batman fan or just like a regular guy playing games, because it's a fun game and it's good, and the writing is well done, the voice acting's done, animations are good, fun gameplay.
I really think this game's gonna end up being a lot like the recent Predator game.
Oh god, yeah. I was saying it looks like it'd be more fun, but it's probably we're saying it's gonna be like Dead on Arrival. It's gonna be like Anthem or something.
People play it, they'll have fun with it for like a week, and then
then you'll never hear about it again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the Predator game. Yeah. Like, everyone was bitching about it for like a week or two, and then that was it.
I mean, there was a lot of people, they had fun with it, but the fun didn't last because it didn't have any variety. It was just the same thing over and over.
From what I've heard, just playing as like a soldier or whatever, like the FPS portion of the game, just
Yeah.
So broken. All right, moving back to the whole Epic thing. So, yeah, they're now taking legal action against Google in Australia. Fortnite developer filed with the federal court of Australia, accusing Google of contravening the Australian Consumer Law and Competition and Consumer Act with its near monopoly on app distribution and payments. The filing is the latest expansion on Epic's ongoing case against both Apple and Google. After the two mobile giants blocked Fortnite from their app stores, that decision was prompted by Epic introducing a direct payment option circumventing the 30% commission each firm takes for in-game transactions, as stipulated in their developer agreements. Epic already filed against Apple in Australia back in November, and now files against Google. Google Asia Pacific and Google Australia continue this fight. In its complaint, Epic makes multiple accusations against Google and its two subsidiaries, including misuse of market power, exclusive dealing, and unconscionable conduct. An accompanying statement reiterated that, as with its other cases, Epic is not seeking damages from Google or Apple. Instead, it is simply seeking fair access and competition that will benefit customers and developers. The Fortnite firm has been concentrating on its lawsuit against Apple since this is the more restrictive of the two platforms. Users can only download apps through the iOS App Store, and payments are also handled through this platform, so there are no alternative ways for iPhone owners to pay and spend on Fortnite. Google, meanwhile, does allow Android users to sideload apps, although Epic argues this is egregiously difficult, forcing the vast majority of users to obtain apps through the Google Play Store. I had an Android back in 2015, and I think I downloaded every single freaking app from either literally web browsers on the phone. And of course, the apps I was using were art related or business stuff. But still, I wasn't using the Google. I used the Google Play Store I think once. So I find that a load of crap. It's pretty much as easy as using a web browser on your computer in that regard. Except it was on a phone. Apps downloaded through the Google Play Store must pay a 30% commission on all in-game purchases. Epic is currently fighting this case on multiple fronts, primarily in the US, the home market for all three parties involved, but also the UK and the European Union. The UK's Competition Appeal Tribunal gave permission for the case against Google to proceed, although ruled that the antitrust claims against Apple should be handled in the US. That case goes into trial in May. Epic has also co-founded the Coalition for App Fairness. Sorry, but every time I say that goddamn thing, I'm playing Galvatron. I have a little clip of Galvatron putting his arm up, saying this is bad comedy. In fairness in the US, and is pushing for local legislature that will prevent Apple and Google from imposing such restrictions. A bill proposed in North Dakota failed to pass, but a similar bill in Arizona has passed the first two votes, and we covered that last week. But yeah, it's just the whole thing is just ridiculous. If they're all about they're bullshitting everyone about we're fighting for fairness and equality in the marketplace, yet if you really wanted to do that, make your own app store, make your own platform. Hell, make your own fucking phone. You guys, Epic, it has billions upon trillions of dollars because every fucking week I have a story that I just copy a link and put into a little folder that I keep, and about some new game studio they've acquired. And I even have one right here. This is the newest one. Epic just constantly is acquiring game studios for something. And they have money. They clearly have the money, and they can hire the people. It's just you're complaining about going on it's like going to someone's house, and then you're in someone else's house. That means their rules, and then you break their rules and complain about their rules. Then why are you in their house? You know,
Just shit all over it.
and I'm not trying to defend Apple or Google. I don't agree with Apple. I don't like that they, they're very, very kind of exclusive in that, like, use our products and use our accessories for our products and stuff like that. Don't get anything else. They even for when they're making their Macs, specifically their MacBooks and also their desktop stuff, they used to use Intel systems and Intel hardware like their CPU. But recently, I think it was 2 years ago now, they stopped, and now they make their own in-house. So it's like fully in-house computers, and I'm not a fan of that because it means there's no trading between companies, and it takes away business from people and all that. And that's not so cool. Plus, who's to say that Apple stuff is better or not? Honestly, I don't know. I haven't used a Mac in years, but. And Google, obviously, I don't like, given that the way they run YouTube is just atrocious and communistic in some ways. But this is just getting a little out of hand. It's like you did something wrong, and now you're complaining. The best analogy is children playing in a sandbox.
Yep.
Child is playing with toy, other kid steals a toy. The kid hits the other kid. And then the kid starts complaining about getting hit, even though he provoked the other kid to do so. It's children playing sandbox. But anyway, just to move on. Let's see. You guys want to cover Frogware or EA first? Or better, this one we'll cover this first. Microsoft's ZeniMax acquisition approved by EU. So it's official. Microsoft now owns Bethesda.
Yep, I saw that one.
Yeah, I put it in the Discord server. What do you guys think of that? Because part of me kind of doesn't care. Like, it doesn't really make a difference. It's not like things are going to improve.
It's businesses being businesses. I mean, at best, and it's rather odd. In the last few years, we have seen some kind of pro gamer, pro customer moves, at least on the gaming side, by Microsoft.
True.
So it might mean good stuff coming down the line, but it would depend too on how heavy Microsoft puts their thumb down on ZeniMax. There has been some speculation that with Fallout 4, and then especially with Fallout 76 and all of the fucking fiascos, debacles, and bullshittery coming from Bethesda on that, there's been mutterings and rumors that might have been getting pushed on them from ZeniMax. So now that Microsoft is sitting on top of ZeniMax, now ZeniMax isn't top dog anymore, maybe stuff will change in future games. But even still, at the very least, for Starfield, because that's supposedly what Bethesda is currently working on right now, for that, it'd really be too late unless they just massively delay it. Which, as far as I know, they don't have a actual release date for it.
No.
But internally, I'm sure they have deadlines and shit for that. So unless they push that back, it's probably too late for that. Elder Scrolls 6 would be the next thing for it, so that would definitely be open to change if Microsoft does go and do anything one way or another in regards to how the games are being made, how Bethesda is being run, anything along those lines. So, and then beyond there, who knows? So it could potentially mean anything good, but then again, when we're looking for Microsoft to be the good guy, the savior in the equation, we've already done fucked up. So.
Right, but I don't think it's gonna change a lot. I mean, I'm hopeful that it will, but I'm not expecting a lot of change. Just hoping that it will be. By the way, I haven't found any update on that lawsuit against Bethesda for the Creation Club. Blanking on the name there. But last week we covered that lawsuit about the Creation Club, where it was um, uh, someone was suing the Bethesda for the Creation Club because people that bought Fallout 4 and paid for the season pass were supposed to get all DLC made by Bethesda, or or published by Bethesda, and then Bethesda in 2017 created the Creation Club, and then to stop anyone that bought the season pass but didn't buy things from the Creation Club didn't get the DLC. And everything on the Creation Club.
The argument being that the stuff on the Creation Club should constitute as DLC and thus should be included, because according to Bethesda's own words, it's not paid mods, it's mini DLC. Bethesda's own words. So
yeah, and so they're rightfully so suing them. And last we read, it was going to halt the. They were trying to also halt the Microsoft acquisition of ZeniMax with the lawsuit, but obviously we can see that didn't go.
Are they worried that the acquisition will invalidate their claim?
Well, I think
it could,
I think they were worried that with Microsoft's power behind them, that they would then the lawsuit would just kind of fizzle out because Microsoft would just swoop in with their team of lawyers and just shut it down entirely. Or at the very least, fight them a lot better because now you're fighting Microsoft, not just Bethesda.
Yep. So who knows?
Who knows? But hopefully I'll try to find an update on that story because I do want to find out what happens because I do think that rightfully so they were suing Bethesda. The Creation Club does count as DLC, and you're being essentially you're getting paid. You paid for something and you're not getting that something. It'd be like ordering a pizza and then the pizza never comes, and you
not to jump topic, but just real quick, I was looking at some of the data mine stuff from the latest Evo build. Supposedly there is a new variant, not a new variant, a new ground vehicle, that is essentially a 2-person Gray Cat Rock for Star Citizen here.
How would that work?
Apparently one driver and one miner.
Why would that? I mean,
why?
Well, it's I say variant, but it's going to be something like it looks. I'm theorizing based on also some of the concepts that I've seen. It's going to be something Ursa size, like Ursa Rover.
Well, it could be fine as long as they're going to add assets in the game that utilize that function.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, bear in mind too, we are just in 3.13 here. We are getting the drive-in cave areas, which are fully meant to be for a rock to be able to drive in and start mining in there.
Which would be awesome.
Yep. So.
But yeah, but just back. So getting back on topic though, the Microsoft acquisition of ZeniMax has cleared a significant hurdle within the European Commission, or toward the closing as the European Commission, ruled on Friday that it has no objection to the deal. So now it's pretty much like, okay, now we can acquisition, no problem thing. The decision on the Commission's website simply cites that the merger regulation, Articles 6.1b, whatever of the regulations, which states that after examining potential merger or acquisition, where it finds that the consultation notified also, so pretty much it's like, okay, we have no problem with it, you can buy them. Just to summarize this, just literally rules from the regulations. So Microsoft filed its request for approval in the European Commission's antitrust regulators in January. Surprised it took this. That was pretty quick, actually. So it acquired ZeniMax for $7.5 billion back in September, or planned to, and now it has. So now it owns Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Doom, Wolfenstein. What others am I? But yeah, it's a Deathloop, and which is still coming to PlayStation. Because the next article is how Microsoft confirms some Bethesda games are going to be Xbox and PC exclusive.
Yep.
So a lot of Sony fans had their worst fears realized, I'm sure. That is Microsoft Bethesda exclusivity. So Microsoft has completed its $7.5 billion acquisition of ZeniMax Media, the parent company of Bethesda Softworks. And Xbox boss Phil Spencer has confirmed that some future games from Bethesda will be exclusive to Xbox and PC. The deal was agreed between the two companies in September last year, but it still raised the potential for problems with gaining approval from regulatory bodies. Last week, the European Commission decided not to oppose the deal. With today's confirmation, it is clear that the SEC has also allowed the acquisition to go ahead. So now, $7.5 billion later, now that everything is official, we can begin working together to deliver more great games to everyone, said Xbox boss Phil Spencer in a statement. Why does it have to be Xbox boss?
Next questions.
Tongue twister. This is the next step in building an industry-leading first-party studios team, a commitment we have to our Xbox community. With the addition of the Bethesda creative teams, gamers should know that Xbox consoles, PC, and Game Pass will be the best place to experience new Bethesda games, including some new titles in the future that will be exclusive to Xbox and PC. Spencer has been asked on several occasions about the potential for Bethesda's games to be exclusive to Xbox and PC. However, this is the first time the fact that some of its future products will not appear.
Now, it's interesting to know that they noted that it would be exclusive to both Xbox and PC, because Microsoft is, by and large, kind of seeing those as the same now. So it's like, hey, a game released on Xbox, you even buy it for Xbox, you get a copy of it for PC as well, because it's all just your Microsoft account, your Windows account. So
yeah, they're kind of merging the two, which I actually do like, because it's great, especially in the case of Halo, where it's like, great. So that means, because remember, I have an Xbox One. Yeah, you guys know this. I have the original Xbox One. I got it for Halo 5, and yeah, that was a huge mistake. But my point is, like, if say Halo Infinite is good, it means I don't have to get a new console just to play it. I now just I can play it on my Monster Machine PC that can run the game 15 times better than any console anyways. With ZeniMax Media now part of Xbox, Microsoft has increased its first-party development resources significantly, from 15 studios to 23, including leading names like Bethesda Game Studios, Arcane, Machine Games, Tango Gameworks, and ZeniMax Online Studios, and not to mention id Software, which they don't mention here. Despite a relatively thin release slate for its new consoles, Xbox has already confirmed that the timed PS5 exclusivity deals for Arcane's Deathloop and Tango's Ghostwire Tokyo will go ahead as planned. So at least they're not changing anything that people already expected, which is nice. But yeah, I mean, I know some people have been being silly online, talking about how Master Chief Doom Guy crossover or something like that. But I mean, hopefully it's good. Only time will tell, I guess. Data, what do you think?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not real impressed with ZeniMax as a publisher. So
no, yeah. I don't think anyone
is. Let's see what
but
Microsoft can do. They've got more money behind them, so maybe we can actually get some games that are less buggy on release.
Hopefully.
Well, we'll see. Someday, but not today.
Yeah, someday. And also, I mean, if you want, we cover this story about Capcom. But Capcom reportedly mandated in-office working after security breach. Publisher and Publisher said it complied with laws and staggered hours for employees working on site during pandemic. The article is from March 12th, which was yesterday. Well, sort of. In the wake of a security breach, Capcom required employees working remotely because of the pandemic to return to the office, according to Kotaku's translation of a Business Journal report. What do they mean by translate? I guess it wasn't in English. In November, Capcom suffered a ransomware attack that could have compromised the personal information of hundreds of thousands of partners, current and former employees, and customers. With the company unsure about the security of its remote working setups, it reportedly sent an email to developers saying, "We're abandoning the remote network for the time being, and it was decided there is no choice but to come to work." Capcom addressed the report in a statement sent to Kotaku saying, "Capcom strives to provide a workplace environment with the utmost consideration given to the health and safety of employees. We have implemented both staggered work hours and telecommuting to the greatest extent possible while carrying out best practices to prevent the spread of COVID-19, including social distancing at the office, checking employees' temperatures upon entry to the office, and providing masks to all employees." The original report also said the publisher wouldn't allow an employee union, which Capcom denied. While there are none currently active within the company, employees are free to form labor unions. Capcom told Kotaku,
Yep.
yeah, that's
it's standard bullshit.
I feel bad for the workers,
Hmm.
but the company not so much. But yeah. That is funny. It is now on stream cam. Congratulations. The Nautilus now deploys 30k mines.
Powerful mine in the universe. Doesn't matter how powerful your shields are.
It is the most powerful weapon in the universe. Yep. CIG has done it. They've created the ultimate weapon. Oh, speaking of Star Citizen, just to go back a little bit, do you guys want to talk about that whole Kotaku thing that happened
It's
recently?
bullshit. We shouldn't even give them the time of day.
All right, I'm cool with that. I'm very
What
I'm
is it
very
you're
pro.
talking about?
If they're asking for attention, I'm not going to give it to them.
The high level overview of it is Kotaku posted
that bullshit?
some
Yeah.
article
I think
saying,
Board Gamer had a more than adequate video on it. So
yeah. So if you, I'm gonna. If anyone wants to
for
story,
those who might not know, high level overview of it, Kotaku posted an article saying that CIG, Cloud Imperium Games, maker of Star Citizen and Squadron 42 here, is forcing employees to work in unsafe conditions during the Texas power outage due to the power outages there and all this stuff, yada yada. They're mistreating employees, yada yada. And pretty much the entire Austin office comes out and goes, "What the fuck are Kotaku? What the fuck are you guys talking about? We're not seeing any of that. We don't know. You know, we've talked to our team members here, and we haven't heard anyone else saying anything like that. What are you referencing here? Because it certainly isn't us."
Kotaku has a thing out for Star Citizen, because if you've read because I've read some of their Star Citizen pieces over the past few years.
Oh, it's just them hate.
And
they got a hate bone around.
They're very like, oh, it's never coming out. It's Scam Citizen, blah blah blah. So they have it out for them, and look, I'm not trying to be like, oh, CIG, they can't do any wrong. No, we all bitch about CIG doing wrongs on.
Oh hell yeah!
Almost at least once a stream, at least. And that's the thing is, because that's kind of, at least what I kind of see our goal is, we're pointing out their wrong so that they can correct it and give us a better game. That's what our goal as backers is. Feedback, right? So we're giving them feedback. Sometimes we got to be brutally honest. like the Cyclone MT. Hey, you're making the AA completely useless.
Yeah.
I don't care what explanation you give us, but yeah, like I think in terms of like how they treat their employees, I've never heard any like. I mean, I've heard some stories, but like in overall, CIG is very like pro employee, pro positive workspace type thing, and they're very good about that. From what I've gathered.
Yeah, and it's actually really funny because now you have a lot of stuff coming out from employees who are saying, "Hey, I've been in this industry. I've been a game developer or coder or whatever their position is for 5, 10, 15 years in the industry here. I've worked at 5 different companies here, and CIG is one of the best." From what a lot of employees are putting out here in terms of how they're treating their employees, in terms of like, hey, I need a couple of days off for this, that, the other thing. Hey, no problem. You take what time you need. They aren't going to be perfect, but just from what employees are saying in response to the article here, they're like, this is at least from what almost all employees are saying. It's a lot of bullshit.
Plus, also, like, whenever you watch an ISC or, like, even some of the older stuff and like, sitcom footage and everything, and you see just the way the devs go about themselves, like, their body language and, the way they present themselves.
This is their passion
you can
game
kind of
just
tell,
as
like,
much as it
they
is for us.
love what they're doing. Like, because sometimes you cannot fake being happy in that regards. And, like, you see, like...
Oh, no.
Like, I think Tony Z or... Trier, whatever his name is, like a FPS guy, the weapons guy. I'm blanking on his first name, but Trier. Like you see his excitement, his enthusiasm, and passion, like literally, like exploding whenever he's talking about like what he's doing. And it's like, yeah, that is not fake. Like you even if he was faking, he is the best goddamn actor I've ever seen.
And it's like, and we see, over the course of probably a year, we probably see dozens of devs coming on video talking about
we didn't cover today, but it came out this week, or I guess last week, but the Women of CIG video they came out with recently.
Yep.
And they kind of showed off all like the women employees. I don't know. I think it was Women's Day or something recently, right?
Yeah.
International Women's Day, so I think it was for that. But it's like and you saw just in that video alone, you saw tons of CIG devs and artists and workers and what have you.
Well, and then also too, bearing in mind too, we've seen before when they were still in the offices before all the COVID stuff, we would oftentimes see in videos, it's like, hey, we're recording for whatever this thing might be, and they're literally just walking around the office. They're literally just walking around the offices.
Yeah, the best is always like Sean Tracy just in the background of that ISC where he just walks up to the camera, puts on sunglasses, and walks away, and Jared just like... God, like, he cannot keep his composure. Just loses it.
Well, and stuff like that too. It's like when you have employees that are able to like joke around with each other like that. It's like that shows a good work environment. Yeah, it's like you work hard and you play hard.
Also, and during when they're recording an update video.
Yeah.
Like during a recording, it's like, hey, you guys are recording, right? Okay, let me do something silly. Because, I got nothing to do right now, and why not? And I just want to fuck with Jared type thing. It's like, by the way, Sean Tracy, Wars of Theaters, Theaters of War, when? But aside from that, yeah, it's like, back to, goddamn, put this in the Discord server, please. This is fucking hilarious. Like, put it in the news and events channel.
Which one? The picture I linked?
The code 30,000.
It's already in the server.
Awesome.
It's in pictures, but
alright. Totally make it as a save this for April Fools. Put it in the news and events. New bomb coming out. But yeah, that's alright. So I covered this without you guys last week, so I'm not gonna read the article. But pretty much the devs behind Sinking City, which I kept saying Stinking City last week because I'm just an idiot, but they used a DMCA to remove their own game from Steam because the game on Steam was an illegally edited version by the publisher and put on Steam by them and not the devs.
Oh, so
And I wanted to give attention to the story because it was really the first time that I've seen in a long time where a DMCA was used appropriately and correctly and rightfully so. You know, we've had a copyright strike on our channel once for a live stream. We still have no reason as to why it happened. It just happened.
Just accept it.
No, I won't. But like here, they're actually the devs like, hey, you're taking our product against our wishes because the Frogwares is in a legal battle against Nacon, which is the publisher, about the game. Due to the fact that Nacon was like using it, like it's like, hey, it's it's Frogware's game, but Nacon was using it as their own, and there's a whole thing. But they put the game back up on Steam when it wasn't supposed to be, and so they Frogwares used the DMCA to take it down. I thought it was like, yeah, no, that's good. First time in a while that DMCA was actually used appropriately. Yeah. Also, we have Rockstar Leeds founder Gordon Hall dies. Developer whose works included GTA and Red Dead Redemption was 51 years old. Gordon Hall, founder of GTA Chinatown Wars developer Rockstar Leeds, has died. The news emerges from various figures in the Yorkshire development scene where he was largely based. Hall's games career began by founding Mobius Entertainment in 1997, which produced a variety of Game Boy and Game Boy Advance titles. After its work on the GBA version of Max Payne, Rockstar Games acquired the studio and rebranded it as Rockstar Leeds. Under Hall, the developer worked with fellow Rockstar teams to create titles such as the Grand Theft Auto, Liberty City Stories, and GTA Chinatown Wars. Hall even worked at Rockstar San Diego in 2009, where he contributed to the development of Red Dead Redemption. Between 2011 and 2013, he took a sabbatical to further research player psychology and microtransaction strategies, returning to games as Chief Creative Officer for Activision Blizzard Mobile. And Gordon was simply brilliant to be around, incredibly motivating and ever positive, said Martin Brown, business development at 5 Aces Publishing and co-founder of Team 17. His pursuit of excellence was staggering, and he was a great force. Pretty much, I don't mean to sound, ill to dead and all that, but I'm not going to read all this stuff. But if you ever needed proof regarding that there's legit psychology used in microtransactions in video games, you got it. Right there. That's Phil Spencer stresses. Oh, what's this? This is from earlier in the week. So it's just, again, yeah, we're gonna have. He stresses the exclusivity on PC and the Bethesda games.
You. I'm. Hmm. Good luck. EA bad. It's fucking EA. I mean, come on. They're a bunch of squirrely little shits.
Oh, come on. Social justice doesn't require proof.
Well, I mean, look at the very term, social justice. The implication that regular justice is not enough, and so you must be a vigilante. You must go outside the system and do everything you can to harass, attack, and otherwise hurt a person in any way possible, simply because the crowd demands it. Mob justice. Or at least plausible. Mm. 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 Yeah, really. But at the same point, evidence needs to be gathered first. We cannot just take someone's word for it. Or at least plausible. Really, these days. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's just him being an asshole. Hmm. Well, especially too, because we've seen these types of accusations over before, and it turns out, yeah, it's there was some other argument involved, and that was all there was, and yeah, hmm, yeah. So, yep. Also, side note, daylight savings time, clocks are rolling around. Yep. What a surprise. I'm probably gonna go and bop out here. I'll see you guys.
I don't know. I wasn't interested in Superman at all until they brought on what's his name, and I the last few movies with what's his name, the actor that plays Superman. Yeah, Henry Cavill is an amazing actor. They did a really good job casting him as Superman. These are the only Superman movies that I've been interested in, like ever. Well, my whole point of saying that was that if they don't bring him back as an actor for Superman, then I'm probably just I don't care about it. Oh, they're still going to make Captain America movies? Oh, okay. Yeah, screw all that. I don't even want to give it the time of day. Well, they are going to create shows and movies with storylines that they think will sell, which unfortunately means that it's going to follow whatever disconnected social justice bullshit pattern that they have in their echo chamber. I have no idea who this character is.
This way.
Yeah, I never followed comic books when I was younger. Yeah, drawing a blank here. Oh God. Yep, I don't know. Don't have an answer. Yeah, suicide movie. Okay, before you go into any details here, I want to point out that I have purposely avoided any information on this film because I want to kind of watch it with a clean slate. Yeah. Actually, wait a minute. This is Suicide Squad? Okay, never mind. Go ahead. I don't care about that. I was thinking the Schneider cut of the Justice League. Hmm. And then blow up. Yeah. There was some guy that happened to in the original Suicide Squad or the first movie. I forget his name, but he tried to get away and he died the same way. So yeah. Please tell me he's from Russia. Hmm. Okay. Eh, I don't know any of these characters really, so it doesn't mean a whole lot to me. You know, I forgot Gunn was making this movie, so maybe I am interested. Yeah, kind of like the Thor movie. Yeah, it's end of this week, I think. I thought it was the 20th or something like that, but yeah, it's soon. Soon, TM. It wasn't great. It had some good themes and a couple of good scenes, but the overall story and the way it played out and just the characters in general, I did not care for. They're just a whole bunch of horrible people doing horrible things. You know, honestly, the reason I didn't care for the movie was because these are terrible people who have done horrible things, and the movie is trying to make you feel bad for it would probably be okay if the characters were trying to be better, but they're not. How was Megagodzilla different than just Godzilla? Godzilla. Okay. Yeah. Who is King Ghidorah? Yeah. So basically, it was just a Pacific Rim bot. Yeah, that's what we really need. Pacific Rim Godzilla crossover. Yeah, yeah. Now that would be fun to watch. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering because which one? Didn't he get destroyed in the last movie? Oh no, no. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. Well, it's going to be a little awkward working with two white co-stars, right? Yeah, a psychic. She ended up dying. Yeah. I don't know. Overall, I enjoyed the show. The dialogue writing was excellent throughout the entire. I don't know. I watched it all on Netflix. That's funny. Isn't Seth Rogen kind of under the bus for something? I don't either. I I don't even know, to be honest. This sounds like just an angry person who uses whatever they want to excuse their rage. Yeah. Hard pass. Isn't it a little early? It's like March. Yeah, but they're talking about it coming out in Christmas, and they're already trying to build hype. Um,
I just realized that I was muted. Alright, well, okay. Jim Steranko recently found himself the target of a politically correct mob after users on social media took offense to a tweet wherein Will Eisner, comic book Hall of Fame artist, referred to the COVID-19 virus as the Chinese pandemic. Steranko's work is known by comic book fans and collectors around the globe, with his most iconic work being the interior pencils he contributed to Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. in 1968. And for anyone curious, this is Nick Fury. Like, I'm sorry, like, yeah, Sam L's great as Nick Fury, but that's not Nick. This is Nick Fury. The Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. iconic catchphrase, "What in the name of Sam Hill?" Outside of his work on Nick Fury, Steranko has also provided interior and cover work for both DC and Marvel, working on pieces such as iconic characters as Catwoman, Superman, Black Panther, the X-Men, Daredevil, and the Fantastic Four. Additionally, not only has he also seen the work his work published in heavy metal, but Steranko has also had his art featured in galleries around the world, most notably the Louvre in France. I grew up reading some of this original S.H.I.E.L.D. stuff, and this was awesome. On March 8th, Steranko tweeted, "The Chinese pandemic has stolen a year from our lives. I felt it as much as anyone. Those who know me have hung out with me at shows, know the importance I lay on personal appearances and connecting at gigs with fans from every corner of the USA. We'll be ready when you are." Shortly after its posting, Steranko's tweet garnered a mixed bag of responses, with most of them being nasty and disrespectful. "Dick move, Stanko," said comic book author Kwanzo Osejevo, whose account bears a blue check mark for some inexplicable reason, because he's quite literally a blue check mark. "Your creative contributions don't allow you to use exact racist language, leading to attacks on Asian people. Oife. Instead of spreading spoiled mayo across the internet, consider why a country as great as the U.S. Consider why a country as great as the USA didn't protect its citizens from the virus. Because you had politicians that made a health matter a political matter. And are still making it a political matter when the health matter doesn't exist." Talking Simpsons co-host Henry Gilbert tweeted, "Jack Kirby would kick the shit out of you for this, and you deserve it." I don't know, man. I don't know. Independent author Bob Greenwade, chimed in and wrote, "No kidding. Making those personal appearances are so important, Jim, yet you just torpedoed your chances of doing many of them for the foreseeable future by making an openly racist declaration." Sorry, but that is not racist. What he said is not racist.
No, it's not racist.
First of all, they don't even, like, when they're using the term like racist, I'm sorry, but if I say something against Chinese, it's not racist, it's just bigoted and prejudiced. Actually, it is racist, but like, I'm just trying to, they don't understand what racism means. And sometimes I forget to, but I'm not losing what, like, okay, I'm not using like, "Oh, you're racist because you said black." You know? Like, you're just, you know what they say? They'd probably call you racist, Data, for the comment you made Thursday night about the screwdriver. That was from a Chinese manufacturer.
What did I say about that? Oh,
that
that
was a Chinese manufacturer, and turned out it was French manufacturer. And they'd probably they'd call me racist for saying it was French. Just fucking morons. Independent Bob, author. Oh, yeah, I already read that. Former Marvel and DC writer Tony Lee would drop a pearl of wisdom, replying to Steranko, "Jesus, Jim, I know we've lost a year of our lives, but naming it that is reckless and quite honestly sad to see, considering your platform. Happy to chat with you about how casual racism isn't needed anymore and how you used to be better than this. We'll be ready when you are." What do you mean isn't needed anymore? When was it needed in the first place? What the fuck does that mean? What he said is not racist. However, Steranko was not without his defenders, including Alterna Comics founder Peter Simeti, who, in Steranko's defense, asserted that everyone commenting angrily must have forgotten Dr. Wen Liang's death, how hard he was ignored by Chinese authorities, and how hard the Chinese government worked to cover it all up. Yeah, remember, it's called COVID-19 because it came out 2019. I mean, yeah, New York wasn't affected until... actually, we just had the anniversary of when New York City became affected by the virus, but it was this past week.
Yeah, it's like people don't want to remember, or they I don't know. They just don't know that
It
China
doesn't serve their
actively
narrative, so they
allowed
don't-
people
yeah,
they
they
knew were
ignore it.
infected with the virus to fly to other countries.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't let them come into the country, but they would let them leave because
Mm-hmm.
they didn't
Right.
care.
For anyone that wasn't to say I'm racist, covered it up. For anyone that wasn't to say I'm racist against Chinese people, I'm half Chinese, he concluded. Oh, Peter Samedi. Because everyone commenting angrily must have forgotten Stephanie saying he's half Chinese. Yeah, wow. Interesting. That's cool. In response to comic book artist Mahad Asur, who tweeted to Steranko, "One would expect you to be wiser than this. Why perpetuate baseless hate?" I'm sure there's no hate about it. He's just talking about where the virus originated from. You know? It'd be like, would it be racist to call me a New Yorker because I originate from New York? No. Or American, for that matter, right? Like, imagine if they said, "Oh, it's the American virus." They say it originated in America, right? Just for argument's sake, like that they'd probably say, "No, that's not racist because it's against Americans and it's fine." Flying Sparks author.
Yeah, I would say, ironically, most of the people who don't want it to be called the Chinese virus would probably be fine with it being called the American virus, even though they live in it.
Yeah. Flying Sparks author John Del Arroz would retort, "What baseless hate? Hate of a virus? I think there's a good basis for hating the virus." And to that, there is. It quite literally just disrupted everyone's lives. I'm out of a job because of it. As a personal aside, I met Jim Steranko last year at the Wizard World Comic Con in Cleveland. Of that entire weekend, Jim Steranko was one of the most gracious people with his time and interaction with fans. He's a man's man who looks you in the eye, gives you a firm handshake, and lights up a room with a smile. He is the type of person that enjoys putting a smile on people's faces and being around people, period. See, that the other chick, that racist chick would be, "No, you're using the word period wrong. Stop using the word period." Listening to Jim's anecdote about his experiences, it's clear that he's lived through things even a comic book hero would be envious of. Jim Steranko is certainly not a hateful person. He is a man of class and dignity, and made this amazing. I have it. I don't have this issue. I have a volume pack of this issue. Unfortunately, I don't have the original anymore. Yeah, but Aaron von Strucker. That was the good old days of Hydra versus Shield. The movies really bastardized Hydra and Shield, I will say. They used to be so cool. What these Twitter exchanges show us is that no matter who you are, you're a target to be mocked, harassed, and bullied for your worldview, especially if your views are anywhere right from the extreme progressive leftist worldview. As for Jim Steranko, I can picture him with that trademark wink and smile saying, "Kid, classics aren't going anywhere." Indeed, Jim. And then asking anyone reading this. But yeah, that's like, there's nothing, and I commented throughout reading it, there's nothing wrong with what he said. It would be the same exact thing as saying, like, as calling me that New York artist. You know, because I'm from New York and I'm an artist. Like, that's the same thing. Or saying the American artist or something. Or even the Jewish artist. That's not racist. That's not anti-Semitic. You know? Like, that, there's nothing wrong with that. I miss the good old days of Shield. Too much Shield back in the day. For anyone, if you're not familiar with Shield and Nick Fury Agents of Shield comics, but you probably are familiar with G.I. Joe. Let me put it this way: Shield and Hydra were the G.I. Joe and Cobra before G.I. Joe and Cobra, and it was awesome. They even had a stupid catchphrase too back in the 60s. They got rid of it later on, but it was never yield, back shield. I'm just looking back at the Mechagodzilla because, again, I hope the movie's good, but hopefully we get.
I mean,
Godzilla.
it's a movie, so.
And because I was muted during this whole thing, apparently, just real quick, the account, they had like a blue checkmark account chatting with another blue checkmark account, whatever the fuck that means. I'm not on Twitter, never used it, don't plan on.
I think blue check mark just means just like it's verified.
Oh, so it's like a verified check on you. But yeah, so pretty much it's like, okay, Tom, the casting thing where it's like, okay, we have Tom Holland, Zendaya, Jacob Batalon, Tobey Maguire, and Andrew Garfield, implying that they're Spider-Verse thing. And then the article talks about how MCU has introduced the multiverse already with WandaVision. I mean, it says it starts with Doctor Strange, to which I told you, but in case I was muted, look, just going extra dimensional, like going into another dimension, doesn't necessarily mean multiverse. It just means going to another dimension. Extra dimension and interdimensional. Extra dimensional travel, interdimensional travel. Very different things. They wouldn't have different names. It's like hyperthyroid and hypothyroid. One means the former means that your thyroid is acting too much, and the other one means it's not acting enough. Unfortunately, I have the latter.
That's the difference between internet and intranet. Right. Intranet means
intergalactic and
local network.
Right.
Internet means the entire web.
Star Citizen is intragalactic, right? The UE is intragalactic. They're traveling within a galaxy. They're not intergalactic. They're intragalactic, which is why I have that in the warning. So because they're saying a lot of people have been saying this, like Doctor Strange, introduced the multiverse, the first movie. I'm like, how? He traveled into another dimension of energy that he uses to manipulate to make magic, according to the movies. Like, that's not multiverse. That's just extra dimensional. Now, WandaVision did because they had the Quicksilver from Days of Future Past in the show. And I haven't watched the show, but I can see the pictures here, and I already, I've talked to people who have. I don't plan on watching. Not that interested. But here's the scene. They have the Quicksilver from the X-Men movies in the show. And then obviously they're talking about No Way Home having the Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield Spider-Mans showing up. Spider-Man. Obviously a still from the greatest superhero.
What's that going to look like? How old is he now?
Who?
Tobey Maguire.
I'm probably going to regret doing this, but let's find out. Why did it... Oh, right, because I have no space bars. And I have to use...
Yeah, he's getting up there. Yeah. What was it? Your mic cut out a little bit. What? Multicultural? I don't even know what the hell this article was trying to say. Multilingual just means you can speak multi languages. I don't know. Yeah, I don't. I'm trying to understand where they're coming from. But what is this article trying to say? That asking people to show the work is racist because they can't. I don't know. Their article has a bunch of words that don't say anything. Yes. You know, I really start to wonder whether these articles are made by people or just bots. Like for real. Yeah, but are you Yeah, we can't focus on getting the right answer in math. And honestly, it's a way for the teacher to verify that the student is the one that's actually doing the work. Oh my god. Yeah, I guess I guess being literate is racist now. These people are on crack or something. I don't understand. Yeah. This article is starting to make me feel ill. Yeah, it's a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of bullshit. But really, this is why I said that I really wonder whether a human being is writing this article, because basically it's just a whole bunch of keywords that they use all smashed together. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I don't know, but based on that article, if people actually take it seriously, it's going to become stupider. No, we just need people who understand that what this article or what this is saying is completely wrong and fight it.
I was muted by Streamlabs again. I do not like Streamlabs. Because I
You
don't
must
think it
have
recorded a lot of what I
hotkey
just said,
set
which
up.
is annoying. Streamlabs has just given me a lot of problems compared to just regular OBS. Streamlabs, get your shit together.
You should check your hotkeys and make sure that you don't have one set to
My
mute your mic.
hotkey for I have a push to talk. I have a push to talk for voice. It's caps lock. But if I just click on the mic icon or whatever on Streamlabs, I don't have it's on voice activity, and I haven't clicked on my hotkey since I last clicked on it, but yet somehow it reverted back. I don't know. I noticed that sometimes it likes to revert back to previous. But yeah, that whole thing was ridiculous. Just that whole like how somehow it's racist, and what I was saying before, in case I was muted during my little rant about like how, because they were talking about the written word is evil, and how it's like how if it's not a memo it doesn't exist, or if it's not written it doesn't exist, and all that, and how people with writing skills are valued higher than those that don't have writing skills, because writing skills is a skill that not everyone has. Not everyone can write. And as I was saying before, I'm not great at writing, and I do it anyways, but I'm not the best writer. Definitely not the best writer. And hell, like, just to use a Jewish analogy here, the Torah Sheba'al Peh, I have to say this again, dude, I was muted. The Torah Sheba'al Peh, the Torah, the spoken Torah, the Torah by mouth, was converted hundreds of years ago, converted to the written Torah Sheba'al Peh, which we now call the Mishnah. It's in the Gemara. It's pretty much because it's not reliable to have it by word of mouth. Instead, having it written down is reliable, because it means that like it doesn't have to be okay. This person has to tell that person, and has to tell that person. If that person dies, then it ends there. Versus if it's written, it doesn't matter if the person says it or not, because it's written. You can just look at the book to know what it is. Plus, the rules might change depending on who says it, which is what a lot of the Gemara is anyways. But that's how you get halachot and all that. But like that's the whole thing, is like it's not reliable to have it by mouth. That's why you have things written down. Hell, sometimes you're just like me and you like to write things down so that you remember it better. And if you forget it, you wrote it down so you don't have to worry. It's like, okay, I wrote it down. Like pretty much every week for the podcast, I write down all the topics so that I know, or copy the links for all the topics so I know, okay, here are all the topics for the week. Because, especially since I'm doing it over the course of a week, I'm not going to remember every topic. Because sometimes we end up with like 20, sometimes we end up with like 50, sometimes we can end up with 5. And it varies on the week and how busy it is. Yeah, this is just This is ridiculous. Not saying that our future is boned, and if anyone in the future is somehow watching this podcast, how did you survive? And if you did, bravo. Because this is there are people like us that are just seeing this bullshit for what it is. It's bullshit. But at the same time, the people in power are the ones that are peddling this bullshit for nefarious purposes unknown or speculatedly known. And could be the population or to dumb down the population. Pick your theory because it's probably all of it. All of it the above. All the above is true. Kind of. I think I gotta rely on push to talk. Actually, I just realized I don't need to rely on push to talk anymore because I messed with my settings so that I don't have to worry about mic bleed or speaker bleed. Yeah, do you got anything else, or I think that's it?
Yeah, it's already 2:15, so I'm ready to wrap it
Yeah,
up.
we've gone on for going on 6 hours, which is pretty much our normal time. At least we're consistent. But yeah, let's start doing the whole outro here. So we'll plug ourselves, our merch. Oh wait, you have SoundCloud, right?
Yeah.
Do you sell stuff there, or is it just like for anyone to download? I don't know
Yeah,
how
it's
SoundCloud
just
works.
to listen to right now.
Was it?
It's just listen. You can just listen to
Gotcha.
it right now. I'm not selling it.
So I've never really used, aside from the things you sent me, I've never used SoundCloud before, so I don't know much about it. But I was gonna say, like, if you wanted...
compare it to SoundCloud is like the YouTube for audio.
Gotcha. So I was gonna say, like, if you wanted to like sell your music, I guess we can make a store or something, like, or put it on the eBay, like in like tracks. Like, well, eBay would have to be physical. I don't know. I was trying to think like how we can monetize the music because it's your original stuff, just like how I'm making my own original stuff. So. Because I mentioned it, here's for anyone that's interested. Here's the eBay store. Where at the moment, I'm trying to get Poger to make a poster to sell here too, because he's also an artist. He's primarily a really good colorist. The dude is the dude's amazing with colors. But we sell our own posters here. Currently, it's just my Iron Man poster and I will have other posters here shortly. But I make them myself, I print them myself, and I ship them myself. And they're no more expensive. They're $20 or cheaper. You pick it up, get some cool stuff. I sign it. I had some weirdo ask me for a lock of hair. Yeah. Fucked up. Link for this is in the description as always, and same with our Teespring store, which is loading. Teespring's slow, man. Here it is. Where we have t-shirts, iPhone cases, masks, mugs, leggings, women not included. You seeing the pictures here, Data?
No.
It's not screen sharing?
I wasn't looking at it. Oh yeah,
saying,
okay, yeah.
We sell leggings, women not included. You see the legs that are included at this leggings? But yeah, we sell a bunch of shit. We got the Hebrew merch, which is Casting the Shadows in Hebrew. We got our YouTube logo. We got the main logo. The custom font I made. We got a pillow because why the fuck not? We got a handicap sign, a gaming handicap sign if you want that on a mug or t-shirt or mask. We got my personal favorite, which is a zip-up hoodie. So yeah, we got a bunch of stuff. And it's all, again, link in the description below. We even sell a t-shirt that says Star Wars is dead on it, so believe us. Should I make a Star Trek one too? I don't know if they have the Star Trek font. That's entirely up to you because this was something I made. And that's another thing too. Is everything on the store is made by yours truly at the moment. Yeah, that's also if you want to come chat with us or play games with us or something. Link in the description for the Discord server, and I should put a link for your Twitch in the description as well.
Okay, yeah, that'd be fine. I haven't
Because
used
I
it
think I
a whole
have
lot.
mine. I actually don't know if I have mine in there or not. Actually, I can check real quick. I do. I do. Okay, so yeah, I'll just replace this with your Twitch because Data and I both have Twitch, so you can check us out there. And I think that's gonna end the stream for now. So everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. I showed off some of my stuff. I'm not gonna show off some of Data stuff. Likes it or not. Until next time, this has been episode 18 of Casting the Shadows. I Cam on, and this has been Mando, Merc, Cam, and Data of Shadows. And until next time, remember to treat others how you'd like to be treated. The following music was made by Data.